True. I guess the jury's. To the physical property from LPD. We've had the property officer coming in every morning, and thus far it doesn't seem like we're having any issues with regards to the chain of custody and bringing property in that way. I know it's up to the defense, and so what we would like to know is if they intend on objecting to that, so that we can just have everything conditionally. I have not, but I know this was something we had addressed pre-trial, and it has. I don't think.
I'm not sure I addressed it pre-trial.
You had said that if everything was conditionally admitted, that we could find a place.
I don't think I said it on the record pre-trial. I think it was something that was informally asked of me, and I said, well, I guess you could, but otherwise you're gonna have to, you know,
Well, I guess.
bring him, unless you all, and then I said they should talk to them to see if they're okay with the way they're doing it. I'm not sure, I mean, obviously, throughout the years, things sort of changed in the way of evidence was brought in from PD, and I mean I think I've gone through the gamut of it while I've been on the bench and as a former prosecutor. But you know, we've seen the guy from the PD evidence custodian come in with the huge boxes, you know. And we go through the whole gamut of this is it, and this is it, and he opens it, and where'd you get it from? And you get you have everybody come in with their exhibit tags, and they say, well, I initialed it here, and all that gamut of that. And I think at the end, I don't think throughout all the trials that we've had, we ever had anybody with a problem with that sort of situation. I don't think I had a chain of custody issue ever with any of that. Doesn't mean that it hadn't happened. I'm sure it had at some point. You know, was that really in another case, not this case, was that really the gun? You know, was that really the casing? Was that really X? You know, whatever it was. I don't think, from what I've heard in pretrial matters and whatnot, I don't think there's been an issue to that. But it doesn't mean that something won't come up. So the only way to know that is if you ask.
Yes.
So Mr. Peña, what's y'all's position with regard to that?
We can probably stipulate to the predicate for admissibility, Your Honor. We'll just like to get a look at what they intend to introduce before we stipulate.
So in other words, you won't have, you don't suspect that you'll have any objection to the in fact, you're saying you can stipulate to the admissibility of the what? Of the
physical evidence that they want to bring in.
Right, you just don't want it just to be blurted out. You want to see it before it actually comes in.
Right.
Before it's actually formally admitted.
That's correct.
All right.
And that's fair.
All right, very good.
With that being said, Your Honor, is there a place under lock and key that property could leave all the physical evidence?
The holding cell, but I mean, we don't have any other place. Well, we have a safe.
I don't know if it's going to fit in the safe.
But we have a big safe.
Oh, okay.
It's a big gun safe, a rifle safe. How big is it, you think? Oh, I don't know how much you have.
One of the rooms out front in between the main hallway. Could
Well, I
that-
mean, does it fit, how many banker's boxes does it say?
I think it's about 13.
Oh, 16?
13.
So 16 or 13, doesn't matter, yeah. Yeah. I said I had a safe, I didn't have a Fort Knox safe, it was just one safe. No, I don't have anywhere you can, I mean, no, you know, at the Zapata courtroom has a holding cell in the work area for some reason of the 49th, and we used to hold stuff there, but there was nobody going in there.
Right.
And the only person that had the key was the bailiff. I suspect that we don't have a place like that here, so
No, that's
I don't.
fair.
The
I mean,
what it's gonna entail is having your guy go back and forth with it, and it's a pain in the butt, but,
I mean, if there's no place, Your Honor, we'll
Well,
continue with
and
how
then
we've
when
been doing it.
I guess when I said conditionally admitted, I mean, well, we can leave it here conditionally admitted if there's no objection to the conditional admission, subject to it being presented to them and they're being able to offer an objection to it, and then the court would take a look at that admission at that particular moment again, and then I could decide at that moment it doesn't come in. And then if we do it that way, then we can leave it here. What's your thoughts on that, Mr. Peña?
I think that will work, Your Honor.
All right.
Okay.
So then we can conditionally, just give me the number, go with them right now with, maybe not right now, but throughout this morning, since he's already here anyways, you can just keep him here.
Okay.
With regard to what it is that, a list of the things that you have in there so that they can conditionally agree to that admission, subject to their ability to object to it when it finally comes in with a particular witness.
Okay.
Is that good?
This will be very helpful, Your Honor. We can get a list of the phone
Yes. So let's do that. Can you get that list?
Yes, Your Honor, we
Okay.
have one already.
All right, good.
No, just the list of all the property. So we have a list of all the property, what's,
So if we can get a copy of that for defense counsel.
yes.
We'll get them a clean version. Every box.
Okay. Yeah, get them a clean version throughout the morning and then we'll take them. All right.
Yeah, and also, the court had asked us to advise you when we believed we were gonna bring, Masters' first name is?
Andrew?
Andrew Masters, because the defense had asked, to get some advance notice, because of the hearing that they would like to request, and we do believe he will be testifying either, what's today, Wednesday, Thursday, either tomorrow afternoon or Friday, and we do understand that they want to have a hearing before that.
That's the cell tower site analysis.
Okay. So then we would have to have the hearing with him maybe tomorrow after lunch. We could have a hearing.
We have an expert witness, and we would like to present his testimony by Zoom, Your Honor. He will testify to the lack of reliability of historical cell phone data analysis.
I think the state would object to a defense witness during a Daubert hearing. I don't think that's the standard. I believe the only thing they can do at this point is voir dire our expert and see whether or not his testimony, he's an expert, he's qualified, and if the science is reliable.
Well, that's the difference. If it's gonna be a voir dire hearing, that's one thing. But if it's a Daubert challenge, that's a different thing, because a Daubert challenge can be challenged with affidavits from other experts, testimony from other experts, and whatnot. In fact, sometimes I've had exactly that, you know, Daubert challenges with just, with, and again, in civil cases, but there is no Daubert inside of code criminal procedure. There is, it dealt with the civil rules, but because it doesn't address it in the criminal rules, then we use the civil rules for it. But in any event, what we normally have in a criminal proceeding is a voir dire challenge of the witness, and then the witness would then be asked questions at that point. They're going, I don't know what your motion actually has, whether it just talks about having the ability to, and I forget what that's called, but there's a particular name for it.
Basically contesting the reliability of the methodology.
Right, no, what I'm talking about is, normally you just voir dire in a criminal trial, you have the ability under statute to cross-examine or to voir dire the expert on those issues, reliability and relevance and qualifications, which in fact are the three major categories of a Daubert challenge anyways, right? The difference is that when you do a Daubert challenge, which is a motion to strike basically a expert witness, either in its entirety or a portion of his opinion, is normally done ahead of time, but I have done them during the course of a trial, both in criminal cases and in civil cases. So you're saying basically it shouldn't be treated as a Daubert challenge, it should be treated more as what the statute calls for, which is the voir dire examination
And then-
of the particular expert.
Correct, and then ultimately at
And-
the end of
and-
it,
and-
a battle of experts.
And what I would like for you all to do from here to that point is to in fact enlighten me with the rules on that, as opposed to each other's opinions. Thank you.
Okay, we'll do your honor.
had, sorry for that interruption, we had the grand jury that had been in term for the last 6 months that was leaving. I was giving them their certificates and thanking them for their service, and they're out. So we got the grand jury coming out and the jury coming into this court. So we'll be here. We'll get started.
Here you come in.
You need that? Please have a seat. Thank you. Good morning, members of the jury and alternates. We're ready to begin.
Yes, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Elizondo, call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. The state calls Elizabeth Stevens to the stand.
All right.
Your Honor, this witness was not previously sworn in, so. just
All right,
make sure we
thank
do
you.
that.
Stevenson? She's gonna come in through Zoom or something?
No, Your Honor, she's here in person.
Did she not know she was the first witness?
I believe she
She's
did.
still in your office apparently.
Your Honor, we have the list of witnesses, we'll have them staged and ready to go, so that this won't happen again.
Eh? Good morning. Your name?
Lisa Stevens, Elizabeth Stevens,
Elizabeth Stevens.
correct.
Good morning. Please raise your hand and be sworn.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat right over here. You pull up your chair and get comfortable and start questions. Just enough so that we can get your, yes, thank you.
Permission to proceed, Your Honor.
Mr. Boggs, are you gonna try and get back in, or?
I'm trying, Judge. I
One
can't get
second.
out.
There it is. All right. Thank you. Go ahead.
Alrighty. And just for the record, this is ADA Daniel Elizondo doing the direct examination. Good morning, Ms. Stevens.
Good morning.
How are you doing today?
Good.
Very good. Could you please, for the record, state your complete name?
Elizabeth Mary Stevens.
And Stevens, could you spell that for the court reporter, please?
Stephen's.
Thank you. How are you currently employed, Ms. Stevens?
I'm recently retired from Motorola Solutions.
Okay. And obviously, you said you recently retired from Motorola Solutions, so before that you were at Motorola?
Yes.
And what was your position at Motorola?
Principal staff engineer, software.
Okay. And how long had you been working at Motorola in that position?
I've been at Motorola for 38 years, and in that position, generally for almost 30 of those years.
30. Okay. And what were your duties as the principal staff engineer?
I worked with the development team of Astro subscriber products, and basically working on specifically the products that have already been released to a customer. And so we would handle any issues with the product that the call center could not resolve. So if there was either an issue or something that the radio was doing that the customer complained about, or that wasn't configured correctly, or that they needed more information about, we would investigate. So we would work with the customer directly to try to understand their complaint, reproduce their complaint, if it wasn't just an understanding issue. And we would find out whether it was a problem with the system, with the configuration of the radio, or in some cases, we would actually have to resolve the issue with a software change in the product itself, or
I want to
create
stop
an
you right there very
enhancement.
briefly.
Sure.
You keep mentioning product and customers. What kind of product are we talking about?
We're talking about radios that either go into a vehicle to communicate with, a dispatch center, things like that, or between radio to radio with other people on the team, group calls, individual calls, as well as data, whatever data services they used on that system.
Okay. And with regards to customers, was the United States Customs and Border Protection a customer of Motorola at that time that you serviced?
Yes, they were.
And this was back in 2018 as well?
Yes, they were.
Okay. Could you please tell the jury a little bit about your educational background, any degrees or trainings or experience that you have with working with these types of products, and so on and so forth?
Sure. I have a Bachelor of Science degree in the Department of Computer and Information Sciences, and that's a 4-year degree. And after graduating, I did start working at Motorola after one other job, but it was pretty soon after graduated that I started working at Motorola. Motorola provided a lot of training, mostly on the job training specific to the products we developed. Also, things like C++, object-oriented programming, all of the skills sets that evolved as I continued to work there.
And C++, is that a code writing?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what that is?
It's a programming language that is used extensively in our products.
Okay. And at Motorola, did you ever conduct data extractions of your customers' products, being the mobile radios?
Yes, because, like I said, we worked on, customer complaints, so we had to collect data out of radios while they're operating or post complaint as well. So you'd have to, we knew how the data was stored in radios, so we had, because we did a lot of that programming ourselves, so the people that developed the memory management of the computer devices inside the radio would also develop tools that would access that data.
Okay. Can I ask you to just pull the mic a little bit closer to you? A little bit
How's
more,
that?
please.
Okay.
Just a little bit more. Thank you.
All right.
Okay. So with regards to, doing these investigations into customer complaints and extracting the data, how many times would you say you've done an extraction of a Motorola mobile radio?
It's a countless number. I would do it on a daily basis.
On a daily basis?
Well, I mean, for any particular customer complaint, I was probably either collecting data while the radio is running or extracting data that is already residing in the radio.
Okay. All right, so I want to talk a little bit about the Motorola mobile radios. What are these radios used for?
They're used for communication, voice and data communication between people out in the field in their vehicles or on their person, with a dispatch center usually, or between each other, and so it's a communication device for voice and data applications.
Okay. And do these radios and these devices, do they store GPS data?
They do.
Okay.
They all contain a GPS device.
All right. And before I get into that data, I want to briefly cover GPS. Can you kind of explain a little bit in layman's terms how GPS works?
Sure. GPS, or Global Positioning System, has two major parts to get a coordinate. So one of the parts is the satellites, of course, and so there's satellites that have known orbits around the Earth. There's a number of them in the system, and at any one time, covering any part of the world, there's at least 4. That's the plan. That's the configuration of these satellites. There's at least 4 visible satellites at every location on the Earth. So the job of those satellites is to transmit information, and they're very precisely coordinated. They use atomic clocks, all of them, to synchronize their transmissions. So they're the transmitting units in the system. All of the GPS devices or chips in your devices, like a cell phone or all of Motorola's radios, they are receiving. They're not transmitting anything for the GPS purposes. They're all listening to those satellites. They know where, they know how to listen to every one of those satellites. It's all, pre-configured or known to the devices. They all so they all have along with the transmitted information about where the satellite is in its orbit and its timing information, the devices are able to basically use mathematics. If they can see 4 satellites, they can determine the distance to each one of those satellites, and through math they can figure out the unknowns, which would be your longitude, latitude, altitude, and as well as the exact time from that transmission. So that transmission arrives at the radio. or at the GPS chip in the radio, and from there it's up to the chip itself to determine those coordinates.
So in essence then, like you said, there's about 4 satellites at any
At
given
least
time,
4.
at least 4, transmitting data that the GPS chip inside of a device would collect, and
Mhm.
based off of that transmission data and the information it gathers and the mathematics it uses, it can determine where it is on Earth.
On the Earth, yes.
Okay. And how reliable is GPS?
It's in open sky, it's very reliable. It does depend on your receiver. You have to have a good receiver, and you need to have a clear signal to the satellites.
Okay. So, with regards to the Motorola GPS, or with regards to the Motorola mobile radios, how is it that they gather and store this GPS data?
It depends on the features that are enabled in the radio. The customer that we're talking about didn't use any location features. So the only one that was available to the radio itself is a power down location. So Motorola, for its own device, uses that information so that when it powers back up again, it can get a lock faster.
Okay.
So Motorola devices store that shutdown coordinates and time at the time that the radio is shut down, probably when the vehicle is stopped and turned off.
Okay.
So that value is stored
Okay. And you said
if it's accurate.
okay. And with regards to you had mentioned this particular customer. Are you referring to the United States Customs and Border Protection?
Yes.
So the only function and feature that they had on their device was that the GPS that the mobile radio would store GPS data when the device turned off.
Yes.
Okay. And are there any, you had mentioned at the very end that it would store this data if it was accurate. What do you mean by that?
Well, the device, the GPS device itself has criteria. It has to have enough satellites to do its job, and it does know something about the signal quality as well. So if it deems the signal usable to some, parameters, it will report it to the Motorola device. The Motorola device then applies its own criteria on top of that to determine whether the signal had the quality that is required to make it a useful waypoint to store. It might be have been a useful coordinate to use for a mapping system that's getting updates all the time and things like that. But to store it on the shutdown, we would want a useful coordinate for the purpose of speeding up the lock on power up.
Okay. So in essence then, before it stores this data, you would say it goes through a filtration system to make
Mhm.
sure that it is a useful, accurate, and reliable source.
Yes, based on quality of the signal.
And it does that 2 times.
Yes, I mean the GPS device itself is doing that basically to get a good fix and report it, and then the Motorola software that's written to act on that GPS data also looks at some quality criteria.
Okay. So I want to, actually now, I think I got this one. actually, before that, permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
Approach. The witness. Sorry.
All right. Now showing you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 269. I'm sorry, 296, 297, 298, and 299. Are you familiar with these items?
Yes,
What is it?
it is the customer APX 7500 radio.
And how are you familiar with this APX 7500 radio?
It was brought to the Motorola facility where I was working, and I extracted data from it.
Are you offering, Mr. Lisbon?
I believe they've already been admitted. I just wanted to let the defense know what I was
All right.
referring to.
Thank you. Did you check to see?
Is this the radio that you conducted an examination and extracted data from?
Yes, it is.
Permission to approach the witness again. I'm now showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 2. Are you familiar with this item?
Yes.
And what is it?
It is the APX 7500 radio that I extracted data from.
Okay. The state is now offering to admit State's Exhibit number 2 into evidence.
No objection.
Admitted without objection.
All right. So this radio is the radio that you conducted an examination of
Correct.
and extracted data from.
Yes.
And let me ask you, how did you come into possession of this radio?
It was brought to the facility. I met with the officers that brought it
Okay.
in a conference room, and I brought my equipment because that's just the transceiver part of the radio. It doesn't have the control head or the power supply attached to it yet, so I had to bring that material with me to the conference room. And basically most of the time spent was setting it up, just getting it all connected to the control head and the power supply. I had to go back for cables once that were the wrong type for that, because that model needed a specific type of connector. So by the time I got that all done, the actual extraction, because I knew where the data was that I wanted to extract. I used a tool on my laptop, proprietary Motorola tool that can read data out of that section of the memory, and I used it to extract that information that I knew contained, if any, the waypoints.
Okay. And with this tool that you use, this proprietary tool that I assume Motorola developed, is that correct?
That's correct.
When you're using this tool on that day that you did the examination, was the tool in working order?
Yes.
And was your laptop in working order?
Yes.
And so obviously you said you had to go get some power cords and stuff like that,
Mhm.
but ultimately you did extract the data and
Mhm.
analyze it.
Correct.
And did you generate a report after you conducted that?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Granted.
I'm not showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 506. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
Could you please tell me what it is?
It's the report that I emailed to the agents about the data that I extracted from the radio.
Okay. Now, this report, was it generated at or near the time when you conducted the analysis and extraction of the data?
Yes.
And was this report generated in the regular course of business of Motorola in extracting data and analyzing customer products?
Yes.
Okay. And this is an accurate, true and correct copy of your report?
Yes.
Okay. I'm now tendering to defense State's Exhibit 506 for inspection and objections.
Any objections? Are you offering?
No objection.
Yes, Your Honor.
506?
State's Exhibit 506 is being offered in evidence.
Admitted without objection.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Right.
Ms. Stevens, could you please explain to the jury what it is that we're looking at here?
This is the data that has a date timestamp and a coordinate associated with that timestamp.
Okay. And this data was extracted from that radio that's on the state's table right there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we're looking here, you said that it was date stamped and time stamped, correct? It had the date and time stamp on it.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be, is that what would be right here?
Yes.
Now, what are all these numbers on this side of your report?
Those are the GPS coordinates, latitude and longitude of the position of the radio at that time.
Okay. And I assume that these numbers correlate with the time and date on the left-hand side.
Correct.
And these would have been stored and saved on that radio anytime it powered down?
Correct.
Okay.
Each line is a separate waypoint.
From a power down cycle and was then saved onto the device. How many, if we can count here, how many waypoints were saved on April 9th of 2018?
9.
And at any point in time, have you been able to, in your analysis of this data, did you ever map out those coordinates?
Yes.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm not showing you what's been marked as states 507, 508, 509, and 510. Are you familiar with these items?
Yes.
What are they?
They are images, maps, satellite image maps of, with pinpoints containing the coordinates on the report.
From your report. Now, obviously, we're looking right here at actual locations, correct, based off of the longitude and latitude?
Correct.
But we can't see anything, correct,
Yes.
as far as where it actually is?
Right, you'd need to enter it into a, something like Google Earth or Google Maps.
Okay. Would it be helpful to the jury to see these items, to understand exactly where these pinpoints on your report are?
I think so.
Okay. Now, tendering to the defense states 5'10", 5'9", 5'8", and 5'7".
You saying 5'10", 5'09", 5'08"?
5'08", 5'07". Yes, Your Honor.
And are you offering?
Yes, Your Honor, I will be offering them to evidence.
Any objection?
Your Honor, the objection is that there hasn't been any testimony to show that Ms. Gibbons mapped this waypoint. And so we don't know how this were produced.
Maybe, I mean, we can.
I'm sorry. So what is your objection?
Well, that this is not, she hasn't testified that she prepared this exhibit. There's no testimony showing that they're reliable or.
Why don't we do this? Why don't you finish up the question with regard to how that was done and where they landed on each one of those photographs, and then we'll take it one by one like that. All right?
All right. Now, Ms. Stevens, you've seen these photos already, so I don't need to show them to you again. Did you yourself prepare these?
I did not.
But you reviewed them,
I did.
and you did your own separate analysis of mapping the coordinates from your report, correct?
Correct.
And when reviewing them, were you able to look at them side by side and
Mhm.
analyze the waypoints and the pinpoints that were marked on these images?
Yes, I took the, the coordinates off of the report itself, entered into Google Maps, and compared the exact images with my images.
And you compared your images to these images,
Correct.
and were they identical?
Yes.
Now, one more thing, if you could. Is there anything here that indicates where these photos were generated from?
What are you showing the witnesses?
I'm showing the witness 507, 508, 509, and 510. And I'll fan them out so you can see. And particularly right here.
Okay. Yes, it indicates that it was created by Google Earth program.
Alrighty.
Good.
Again, Your Honor, I'm offering to evidence 507 through 510.
Approach this?
Sure.
In this image, you said that there were pins, correct?
Correct.
And those pins indicate what?
The location that the coordinates relate to.
That relate to what? Your report or?
In the report, those GPS coordinates
Mhm.
are latitude and longitude. They will pinpoint a location, an actual location, and Google Earth or Google Maps will draw for you
Mhm.
a pin and place it on the map
Okay.
at those coordinates.
So explain how you verified these pinpoints that are on states 507, 508, 509, and 510. What is it that you did in order to double check, cross-reference, and verify those images?
I opened up Google Maps.
Okay.
In the search bar, I cut and pasted from the report that exact number and pasted it into the search bar in
Okay.
Google Maps.
Okay.
Hit enter,
Okay.
and it displayed the pin for that location on the map, and I compared it to your Google Earth images, and it was identical.
Okay. Now, when you say you copy and pasted, how many did you copy and paste?
All 9 from the list from April 9th.
Of 2018?
Yes.
Okay. And so you copied each and every single
Each one.
longitude and latitude,
Mm-hmm.
and you mapped it out and cross-referenced it with these images,
Correct.
and were they identical?
They were identical.
And in states 507, 508, 509, and 510, within these images are all 9 of the waypoints from April 9th of 2018 mapped out and pinned down in those images.
Correct.
And how are they mapped down, or how are they pinned down in those images? What is there?
There's a yellow pin marker,
Okay.
and the coordinate is printed on the image as well.
Okay. And the coordinate is also printed on the pin as well. And those coordinates that are on those pins, when you typed in those same coordinates, copy pasted it from the report, and put it into Google Maps, the pinpoints were exactly in the same position.
Correct.
Okay. And just again, on each of these 9 pins that are shown in these images.
We're going to object to the leading questions. It's one leading question after another.
Okay, are you, sustained, but are you reoffering?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections to the offer?
Same objections, Your Honor, that there is a lack of foundation to show precisely how those images are generated, other than Ms. Tiffen's testimony that she plugged in the coordinates to Google Earth, and that they coincided with her determination of the waypoints.
All right.
I don't think that's sufficient to show the reliability of those waypoints.
All right. Your objection is overruled. The state's exhibits are admitted. 507, 08, 09, and 510. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Now, I want to cross-reference these photos with your report. So, let's start at the beginning. Because it seems to me, or you can say, is it correct that these timestamps, along with their coordinates, are in reverse order, being the latest one at the top and the earlier ones at the bottom?
Correct.
Okay. So let's start with the first one on
And,
April 9th.
And don't, try not to leave your witness.
Oh, yes, Your Honor. On April 9th, could you please, for the jury, read the date, the time, and the coordinate?
2018, April 9th at 7:59:07 Central Daylight Time. The coordinates are, do I need to read out the whole number?
I'm sorry, the coordinate?
You
Yes,
want me to
please.
read the whole number?
Or,
27.61 to a lot of digits, and minus 99.47 with a lot of precision digits as well.
okay. Now, with regards to that coordinate, this coordinate right here and this plotting point of that coordinate from your report, this is where that coordinate, in essence, from this radio,
Mm-hmm.
when you extracted that data, showed the location of that radio.
Yes, basically that's the graphical representation of that coordinate.
Okay. And that was at what time again?
At, I think it was 7:59.
I'm gonna point right here. I know it's a little difficult to see. Oh, is that the yellow thumbtack
Yes.
that you referred to earlier? And again, that's, what is that for the jury?
That, what, the pinpoint, it's a graphical representation of that coordinate on April 9th.
On April 9th. The first one that morning.
Yes.
Okay. And right here, could you read for the jury what that is, what that says right there? I can zoom in.
It's, okay, Laredo North Border Patrol Station.
All right. So we have just reviewed this one right
I can't
here.
hear you, Mr.
Oh, this is the coordinate that we had just covered right now in that photo, right? It states exhibit 510.
Correct.
Okay. Now, these two coordinates right here, could you please state the date and time as well as the coordinate?
April 9th, 2018 at 9:49 a.m. or Central Daylight Time, and April 9th at 16:59 Central Daylight Time.
I'm sorry. These two right here.
Okay. Oh, sorry, 9:49 and 10:10.
Okay. And then obviously the coordinates, if you could just read the first four numbers of each of those coordinates, please.
Okay, the earlier one is 27.57 and minus 99.52.
And for the one at 1010?
27.57 and minus 99.52.
All right. Now again, going over the same exercise, this pin right here, what is that?
That is the location at the timestamp.
Okay. And this one right here?
That's the second location of that with the 10:10 timestamp.
So this right here is from 1010, and then this one was the 949, the one prior to it.
Yes.
Okay. And these are where a power down cycle occurred.
Yes.
And would that be the data that was stored
That would be a waypoint stored.
on this radio right
Yes.
here?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, moving back to your report. And for the record, the image that was just up was States Exhibit 509, and we're now moving back to the report, States Exhibit 506. after the 1010, could you please read the next three timestamps, date, as well as the first four of each of these coordinates?
On April 9th at 1310, the coordinate is 27.57 minus 99.52. On April 9th at 1659, the coordinate is 27.57 and minus 99.52. And on April 9th at 1708, the coordinate is 27.57 and minus 99.52.
Alrighty. Now, Publishing States Exhibit 508. Could you please tell the jury what this is?
It's a graphical representation of those three coordinates.
Okay. And just going in. Looks like these coordinates were very close to each other, but reading the first one, at what time was this coordinate saved to the device?
At 1659.
The top one, please.
Oh, sorry. 1301. Yeah, that's
Alrighty.
earlier.
And how about the bottom one now?
At 1659.
And for purposes of the record, 1659 would be what time? If we put it into a 12-hour instead of a 24?
4:59.
And 1301, again, if we put it in a 12-hour instead of a 24?
1:01 p.m.
Alrighty. And lastly, this pin right here.
Yes, that one is the representation of the third coordinate at 5:08 p.m.
At 508. Okay. So again, in this photo, based off your report, which is based off of your report, these would be the coordinates that were saved to this device?
Correct.
And that would have occurred during a power down cycle?
Correct.
Okay. Now going back to States Exhibit 508. I would like to cover the top three. If you could read the date and time of the top three waypoints, as well as the first four numbers of their coordinates.
On April 9th at 1812, the coordinate was 27.53 and 99.47. On April 9th at 1814, the coordinate was 27.53 and minus 99.47. And on April 9th at 1814.50, the coordinate is 27.53 and minus 99.47.
Alrighty. And for the jury, if we convert that hour 18 into a 12-hour, what time would that be?
6 o'clock p.m.
6? Okay.
6:14 in that case.
6:14, and then if you could just put them all out there, it'd be 6.
6:14 again, 30 seconds earlier, 6:14 and 6:12.
Alrighty. I'm publishing States Exhibit 507. Could you tell us what this is, please?
A graphical representation of the coordinates, the last three coordinates.
Alrighty. Now, zooming into this one, this is one of the, what is this yellow pin?
That is the location of the radio in a parking lot.
Alrighty. And these two coordinates, again, were pretty close together, but let's start with the top one. At what time was the top coordinate saved?
At 6:14:26.
And now moving to the bottom coordinate.
6:14:50.
And then again, I'm gonna go to the parking lot. And at what time was this parking lot coordinate saved?
At 6:12:49.
6:12:49?
Yes.
Alrighty. And if I could, very briefly. Have you read what both this and this say?
Laredo Police Department and Laredo Police Patrol Division.
Alrighty. And that was State's Exhibit 507. I'm now moving back to State's Exhibit 506, the expert's report. Alrighty. So, as we just covered, the 9 waypoints that were saved were shown there. And let me ask you, when you conducted the analysis and extracted the data from the Motorola mobile radio, was the data good?
Yes.
And how do you know that?
At the point of collection, while the radio is storing the data, it's written to a block in memory as a record called, waypoint structure. And that record would have a checksum applied to it and stored. And that new member of the block would then be incorporated into a new checksum for the whole block. So that each record has a checksum and each block has a checksum. And so that's at the time it's stored. When I extracted the block of data, the Motorola tool knows how to create that checksum, knows what parts of the block are counted in the checksum value, and it knows what parts of the record are used in the calculation of the record checksum. So it goes ahead and creates its own checksums, and they must match to provide confidence that there was no corruption of the data.
Okay. And you're talking about these checksums. Could you very briefly describe to the jury what exactly is a checksum?
It's an algorithm that, it's actually a value that is created by an algorithm that decides what bits in a set of data are used in a count. Basically, it's counting the number of, all data is composed of ones and zeros, and so it'll count the data pieces to see how many ones are actually used in the creation of that data value, and it will plot that, or it stores that in a checksum value.
Okay, and so that's pretty much like a checks and balances to make sure that the data is good and not corrupted, as you said?
Yes.
And in this case, was the checksum good?
Yes, it matched.
No. A couple final questions for you. Referring back to State's Exhibit 506. You indicate that the data extracted from an APX 750 or 7500 mobile radio had a serial number. Could you read that serial number to the jury, please?
656 CRZ 2019.
All right. And that was off State's Exhibit 506. On State's Exhibit 502, could you please read the serial number?
656 CRZ 2019.
All righty. So it's safe to say that
Which exhibit number is that?
Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2.
All right. I thought you said 502.
Oh, I might have. Apologies. Okay. So it's safe to say that the serial number is the same.
Correct.
And one last thing. On State's Exhibit 2, could you please read what is labeled on the side?
K66119 LRN.
All right. And do you know what that number means?
I do not.
Do you know what this?
It's drawn on after production of the radio. It's not a Motorola number.
Okay. And do you know where this radio came from?
Customs and Border Patrol
Okay.
vehicle.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions? All right.
Good morning, Ms. Stevens.
Good morning.
Ms. Stevens, to try to give the jury a better idea of your testimony and of what it entails, 1 degree of, well, first of all, GPS coordinates use degrees of latitude and longitude, correct?
Yes.
And they also use minutes and seconds, correct?
I'm not familiar with that part of GPS. I don't use it that way.
So you just use degrees of latitude and longitude?
Well, I'm actually not a GPS expert, but I do know that the coordinates can be represented by that number that is stored in the radio.
Do you know that 1 degree of latitude equals approximately 364,000 feet or 69 miles?
Sounds correct.
And 1 degree of longitude equals 288,200 feet or 54.6 miles? Does that sound correct?
Sounds correct.
Okay. Now, according to Exhibit 506, it indicates that 9 GPS location coordinates were recorded over an 11-hour period of time. Is that correct?
It sounds right. I mean, I'd have to do the calculation from the report, but if that's what you found in the report, that's correct.
You're not suggesting that the Motorola device only generated 9 GPS location coordinates over that 11-hour period, are you?
No, those are only the ones that were stored. The GPS device itself is running constantly.
Does the unit ever power down?
The vehicle unit is powered down when they either turn off the radio with the button or turn off the ignition to the car.
Do you know how many GPS location coordinates were generated by this Motorola radio during this 11-hour period of time on April 9, 2018?
I don't know how many the GPS chip is generating, but anytime the radio requires a GPS coordinate, it polls the chip for that information. And the only time it would be polling for that information is when it needs it for an application. And in this case, all it needs it for is storing that power down location.
So would it be correct to say that the 9 GPS location coordinates that you mapped are only a small fraction of all location coordinates that the unit received during that 11-hour period of time?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Well, simply that the 9 GPS coordinates that you mapped are not all of the coordinates that the device received during that period of time, correct?
It's correct that, what I don't know is if there were any erroneous GPS locations that were not available at the time of shutdown. So if it did not pass the criteria of getting a good fix, the GPS device itself says it didn't get a good fix, so it's not going to report a coordinate. Or if the Motorola software deemed the signal quality not good enough to use that coordinate, it would also not be stored as a waypoint. So I don't know how many of those there were, if there were any. It could be that, or the other thing is if the vehicle loses power, you know, if for some reason, you know, the battery disconnected or whatever, and you shut down a hard shutdown like that, the radio doesn't get a chance to store a coordinate. But on a normal shutdown, it tries to store a coordinate.
Now, Motorola's technology that is used to generate the GPS location data is proprietary technology, correct? It's technology that belongs to Motorola, in other words, isn't it?
The part of GPS handling outside of the chip is Motorola proprietary, correct?
Yes. And by proprietary technology, the algorithm is the private property of Motorola, correct? The algorithm that generates the GPS coordinates is private property of Motorola, correct?
That's correct.
And because it is the private property of Motorola, the company does not have to reveal to any third party how that technology works, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, Motorola does not reveal that technology. Those are trade secrets, isn't that correct?
Yes.
And so as a result, there's no way for any person to independently verify the accuracy of the GPS location coordinates that are generated by this Motorola radio. Isn't that correct?
Well, someone can use a mapping tool to. There are programs that a customer, or applications, we could call them, that a customer could enable on the radio to see how accurate the reported values are.
Google Earth uses an algorithm to determine the waypoints of the GPS coordinates, correct?
Google does, did you say Google does something? Sorry.
Google
sorry.
Earth uses an algorithm to determine the waypoints of the GPS coordinates. Is that correct?
I still didn't quite catch what you were saying at the beginning. I'm sorry. My hearing's not
Okay.
too good.
My hearing's not that good either. You do know that Google Earth uses an algorithm to determine the waypoints of the GPS coordinates?
To plot the pins?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you have knowledge as to how that algorithm works?
No, not specific knowledge.
And that's because those are trade secrets, correct?
Correct. I've used it a lot, but
Right.
it seems to work well.
Yes. Now, you don't know whether the GPS coordinates that you extracted on April, that were extracted from the time period that you've been talking about on April 9, 2018, You don't know whether those coordinates place Mr. Burgos in the area of the sector that he was assigned to patrol on the morning of April 9, 2018. Isn't that correct?
I'm gonna object, speculation.
Oh, you know.
I don't know anything about the activities of
Right.
the patrol agent.
Of course, the GPS coordinates don't tell you or Mr. Elizondo or any of us what Mr. Burgos was doing in that area at that time, correct?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
Yes, Your Honor, very briefly. There were some questions asked to you as to whether or not, if a longitude is off by 1 degree, or if the latitude is off by 1 degree, it could be several miles, thousands of feet off, correct?
Well,
On the GPS coordinates.
I'm not sure if that was implied, but if you're 1 degree off, that would be a big deal, yes.
Okay.
But, yeah. But there's a lot of precision provided so that you can get partial degrees.
Okay. And again, this radio came from a customer of Motorola, correct?
Yes.
And who was that customer again?
Customs and Border Patrol.
I'm now publishing what's been marked as State's Exhibit 10, 510, apologies. And this was what again?
Laredo North Border Patrol Station
And the yellow pin there?
is in the parking lot. It is the coordinate retrieved on April 9th at 7:59 at a latitude and longitude of 27.61 and minus 99.47.
Your Honor, my objection is that this is repetitive. We've gone through this questioning already.
And this waypoint came from this radio,
Correct.
which belonged and was a customer of of Motorola,
Yes.
and they were United States Customs and Border Protection.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you said you worked at Motorola for 38 years, correct?
Correct.
And do you know when this particular model of radio or similar models that relied on the same software components was developed?
It's been a number of years. I can't recall exactly, but it's probably over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
Yeah.
And you testified earlier that you had been conducting analysis of these types of products for, you said 30 years? Or?
About 30 years, yes.
So is it fair to say that you've been testing and analyzing mobile radios like this since their inception?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to permission to publish States 213. Sorry, didn't get it.
Go ahead.
I'm not publishing what's been marked as States Exhibit 213. Could you please read to the jury what that number above F-150 says?
K66119.
And again, on States Exhibit number 2, what is the marking on the side? What does that say?
K66119.
Is that the same number that is on that Border Patrol vehicle?
Yes, it is.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Just a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. Stevens, you mentioned that sometimes there are issues with configuration of one of these mobile instruments, correct?
There can be, definitely.
And What is meant by configuration of an instrument?
It's, it's only going to be configurable from the radio operation point of view, not much configuration for a GPS. The GPS device is totally self-contained, not configurable by this information, but when I'm investigating issues, frequently, we would have to extract data from a radio to find out if there were problems with the configuration from a radio talk, listen, data point of view. Not really relevant to the GPS. There's very little configuration for a GPS, just, if you have enabled or not the features, and they did not configure any features. So it was really just the one feature that Motorola uses itself, which is to speed up GPS lock on a power up. So we store the last reading on a power down.
And what kind of issues can result from the configuration of one of these instruments?
From a non-GPS point of view, there's countless ways. You could program the wrong frequencies in the radio so that you couldn't find a site to communicate with dispatch. There's the frequencies themselves have identifiers that could be configured wrong. You could have problems with any one of the features that are involved in the radio, like, they could have misconfigured the emergency feature so that it only sent the alarm, not the alarm and a subsequent call. All sorts of configuration issues could explain complaints.
You also mentioned that sometimes in your job with Motorola, you would deal with customers' complaints. What is the nature of the customers' complaints that you would deal with?
They would say that, there was garbled audio. There could be, they couldn't communicate with, in a certain location, that the radio shuts off, that the radio, it could be anything. Could be anything from hardware. It could be a problem with the system, that you can't reach the system from your location. It was all sorts of reasons I've dealt with. They're countless.
As with all other technology, this technology that you've been describing sometimes has technical issues, correct?
Sure, yeah.
No further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. Steve, thank you very much. You are excused. You may go about your business. Thank you.
State calls Laredo Police Officer Alberto Cortez.
Yes, yes, sir. You got a couple of water.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
I would ask you just to sit close to that mic so the court reporter can hear you.
Yes, of course.
Speak up nice and loud, please. Can you please state your name for the record?
Yes, Alberto Cortez Jr.
And how are you currently employed?
with the city of Laredo as a police officer.
Okay. And how long have you been with the police department?
18 years.
Okay, and what type of duties do you have?
I am currently a patrol officer. I work shift work. I patrol the streets for all of my 18 years as a patrolman.
As part of working the streets, do you respond to emergency calls?
Yes, sir, that is correct. Every type and any type of call.
And are you a licensed peace officer
Yes, sir, that is correct.
in the state of Texas?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I want to focus your attention to April the 9th, 2018. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir,
Were you on duty that morning?
that is correct.
Okay. What time did you come on duty that morning?
At 6 o'clock in the morning.
Okay, and what was going to be your shift?
That morning, 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Okay. Did you receive any calls on that morning?
Yes, sir.
Okay, please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what type of call you received.
That morning, more or less around 11:30 a.m., I received a call of a female down by Bristol and Riverbank Road, which is located in Mines Road, with lacerations to her head. While en route to that call, my dispatchers informed me that she was possibly deceased.
Okay. And did you proceed to that area?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can I ask you to show the jury where you arrived and what you did when you arrived on the map?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can I?
Yes. Can you put that, turn that on and put it in your pocket and put that on your tire?
Just clip it on your tie, officer. There you go.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Now you're good.
Yes.
So what I'm gonna ask you to do, you just testified that you got a call to respond to the Father McNamara Park
Yes, off of Bristol, yes.
off of Bristol. Can you identify Bristol on this map?
Yes, this is Bristol. If the map extended further, Mines Road is here, and it intersects with Bristol Road. So I proceeded north on Mines, and then west on Bristol Road.
Okay, did you gain entry into the park area?
Yes, at the very end, there was a gate that was already open. Upon arrival, the ambulance, the City of Laredo paramedics, the ambulance was already parked outside. I parked and I walked down to the trail.
Okay, did you come in contact with anybody when you got there?
Yes, while on my way down, two paramedics were on the way up, and I asked them more or less, where is everybody? They said, follow the dirt trail, and you'll see the body and you see the USBP agents down there.
Okay. Did you come in contact with a BP agent by the name of Dennison?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so show the jury on this map where you parked your car, you can show
Okay.
with your finger, and then the path you walked to the
Okay.
area where the agents were.
So, again, here on Bristol, I walked on foot due to the fact that the dirt path trail, very bumpy. didn't think my unit would make it. I didn't want to get stuck. So when I walked all the way down the trail, this part right here looks like an island. This is where BP units were stationed. 4 to 5 United States Border Patrol agents were located here. And a motionless, lifeless female body was about right here. She was facing eastbound. And upon me being a police officer, secured the crime scene, to look for any evidence, any clues, anything out of the ordinary. As I began to canvass the crime scene, in better words, I was walking around this grassy on the edge. There was one USBP agent, Agent Dennison, already ahead of me. He was already south. I passed the female body. I did look at her. I observed she was barefooted. She was face down. Lots of blood. Can you hear me? Yes, lots of blood around her upper middle torso on the dirt. And continuing my path southbound, I saw blood drops on the dirt. At this time, Agent Dennison said out loud, "I found another body."
Okay, stop right there.
Okay.
Have a seat. Thank you. Pictures of the female, but okay. Now, you said that you saw a lot of blood.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I'm gonna show you this blood, State's Exhibit 254. Is this the type of blood that you saw?
That is correct, sir.
You also said that there was, and you didn't walk on the, where were you walking? Let me ask you that much.
On the grass, where the grass and the dirt meet, right on that
So you stayed on the edge
boundary.
of the path?
Yes.
You did not disturb the dirt path?
No, no, sir.
Okay. And here, for example, State's Exhibit 229. Some of the blood drops that you saw.
That is correct.
State's Exhibit 255. You recognize what's in 255?
Yes, sir. That is what I saw.
What is the vantage point from here?
Where USBP agents, they were north of where this blood was at. This is where the female body was at,
So what direction are we looking at here?
south,
Okay.
southbound.
And you walk along which side here, looking at this image?
I walk on the right side, the east side,
Okay.
the west side, I'm sorry.
Okay, so you walk on the west side grass?
Yes, where the cones are of 2, 3 on that.
Okay. Now, those cones weren't there when you got there, correct?
No, those markers were not.
In fact, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, were you the first officer that arrived?
Yes, that is correct.
So you were the first official Laredo police officer to arrive,
Yes.
and this location falls within your jurisdiction?
No. Each officer is assigned a certain area. I got dispatched
Okay.
to be there.
No, but what I'm saying, that's within the city limits.
Oh, yes, that is correct. Yes.
Okay, so this is within the city limits?
Yes.
What county is this?
Webb County.
So the body's in the city of Laredo, in Webb County.
Yes.
What do you do as the first responding police officer?
First thing is obviously a crime scene is secure the crime scene.
And what does that entail?
To preserve as much evidence, not to let anyone of unauthorized personnel try to destroy any evidence. So therefore, us officers, we have crime scene tape, the yellow crime scene tape. So I began to secure the crime scene tape around the grass area.
So you are the person that put the crime scene tape up that morning?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. Now, you told the jury that you see a female.
Yes.
Okay. And you've described that there was a lot of blood.
Yes.
Okay. What was your impression of what had happened?
Any prudent person will see a lifeless, motionless body to come to the conclusion that she was deceased.
But at that time, the opinion as to how she was deceased based on what you're seeing, what you're assessing, are you making an assessment?
No, she was brutally attacked.
Now
Mr. Andy, approach, please.
I want to pick up where you said you saw Agent Dennison.
Okay.
Okay. You were testifying that he was on the same west side of the brush where you were, right?
That is correct.
Okay. You also testified that he said that there was a body.
That is correct.
Okay. What happens at that point? Or what do you do at that point?
At that point, he was ahead of me, southbound. When I heard him say, "I found another body," I walked towards his direction, to his location. He was no longer on the dirt path. He was in the brush. And when I arrived there at the brush with Agent Dennison, I observed a motionless little boy as well.
Describe, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what you saw, or when you saw the little boy. If you can describe what you saw.
Of course. Little brown booties, little brown boy booties, blue jeans that were covered in blood, freshly haircut. And what caught more of my attention was the way the body was positioned, he was placed. He wasn't thrown, he was placed. It's as if someone had placed him down.
Did you see any injuries to the baby?
Yes, lots of blood around the neck area, and that came down. I said again, blood on the blue jeans as well.
Okay. Permission to approach him. Exhibit 26, 24, 25. For their inspection. Shirt, shoes. Show the, these are, I think already, or we'll move to introduce them into evidence.
Which ones are they again?
This will be State's Exhibit.
24, 25, and 26?
Yes, sir.
All right. Are you offering?
Yes.
Any objection?
No objections, Your Honor.
Admitted without objection. So that'll be states 24, 25, and 26. Thank you.
Can the witness step down so we can show them?
We're out here.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 26. And if you can identify and you recognize this.
Yes, now I remember the T-shirt. Yes, sir.
Did you see any other injuries on the baby? How close were you to the baby?
Standing right over the body.
How many injuries did you observe on the baby at that time?
I only observed one,
And that was to,
the neck area.
did you notice any cuts, incisions, or tears on the shirt?
No, no damage, just the blood.
So the shirt is intact?
Yes, sir.
The baby you said was wearing jeans,
Yes, sir.
and I'm showing you State's Exhibit 25. You said you recognize these jeans,
Yes.
and you said that he had a large amount of blood on it.
Don't have to lead your witness, please.
And what was the conditions of the jeans?
Blood-soaked jeans.
And finally, you said that he was wearing, what was he wearing on his feet?
Brown booties, brown little boy booties.
State's Exhibit 24.
Yes, sir.
Permission to publish these to jury. I'm just gonna show,
I don't need to,
just to show it to them.
they see it already.
What do you do after that, after you find the baby?
At that point, I began to secure the crime scene with the crime scene yellow tape. Right before that, I did also locate a white, off-white woman's shoe that was in the general vicinity from where I was standing. I began to do the crime scene tape in a way of a path, knowing that investigators and other authorized personnel would be making their way down to this crime scene. So I formed a path with the crime scene tape so they could follow when they arrived.
And Agent has since in front of you this whole
Yes,
time?
he was with me, yes, yes, sir.
And you were with him when the shoe was found?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. What else did you do that morning with respect to your duties in this case?
After the scene was secured,
Yes.
I told Agent Dennison if he could escort me back to my patrol unit, which was in the very top of Bristol, if he was willing to provide a voluntary statement.
Okay. And did you have the opportunity to hand out statements?
Yes, to Agent Dennison.
Okay, just to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you remember his demeanor at the time?
He was, while we were back in my patrol unit where I keep my voluntary statements, my paperwork, something important was broadcasted over our radio, and
Let me stop you there.
I'm sorry.
When you said something was broadcasted over your radio, which radio are you talking about?
my assigned portable unit that's issued by the Laredo Police Department.
Are you wearing that today?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And that radio, you had it on that morning,
Yes, sir.
and is it audible,
Yes.
loud,
Yes, yes, sir.
and you hear communications?
Yes, sir. That morning I had it on my chest with a clip. The only reason I have it here today is for the tie.
Okay. And what communication came over the radio that morning?
It was broadcasted, possible suspect, Burgos. That was broadcasted over my P unit, portable unit.
What was your reaction at that time? But when you heard Burgos, what did that, did it mean anything to you at all?
No, no, sir.
Did Dennison?
Dennison was in close proximity where he could hear the broadcast on my radio.
Did he have any reaction?
He was appalled.
How do you know? What was his demeanor?
He was in shock.
Objection, Your Honor. This witness cannot testify as to what somebody else, some others perceived.
I'm asking about his demeanor when you heard the broadcast. Dennison was in front of him, he can testify as to what the agent's physical demeanor was when the broadcast came out.
We'll stick with the demeanor, but nothing with regard to what he said, sir. Witness has been instructed. You understand that, sir?
Yes.
You understand?
Yes.
Thank
I'm
you.
asking only you have your radio,
Yes, sir.
the name Burgos comes out.
Yes, sir.
It means nothing to you.
No, no, sir.
Do you see a physical change in Agent Dennison?
Yes, sir.
To you, what do you see this physical change?
He was in shock.
Okay. What makes you say that? Without anything he may have said, what makes you give?
The head jerking to the back, the typical of any person when you're in shock, the movement of your head, the opening of the eyes, the nodding of the head. He wasn't shocked.
Did you document that?
Yes, sir.
Pass the witness.
Good morning, Officer.
Hi, good morning.
Officer, at what time did you arrive at the crime scene?
I'm sorry, Mr. Peña, just one favor, just turn it towards you. Thank
Right
you.
there. At what time did you arrive at the crime scene?
By the time I was dispatched, not maybe 10 minutes, 10 to 12, 15 minutes.
What time of the day would that have been?
This was in the morning. I believe the call was sent out, dispatched to us around 11:30-ish a.m.
So you must have arrived about 11:45, more or less?
More or less, that is correct, sir.
And you said that you began to secure the crime scene?
Yes, sir.
So until you began to secure the crime scene had not been secured, correct?
That is correct.
And there were many law enforcement officers, border patrol agents, and EMTs at the scene when you arrived, correct?
The EMTs were already back on the way up on the trail, and there were about 4 to 5 United States Border Patrol agents.
And you saw Mr. Burgos there at the scene as well?
I saw many of them, yes. But sitting here, I recognize him, yes.
And he appeared to be in shock as well as Agent Dennison, correct?
No,
That was not your impression?
no, sir.
So you're saying that he appeared to be normal to you?
Yes, sir.
All right. No further questions, Your Honor.
No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're gonna take a real quick break, so that we can push it a little bit. We won't break at 12, so depending on the witnesses' situations, we'll see where we go, but for now, we'll take a quick break. Inside of 10 minutes, please. Thank you. Please have a seat. Mr. Alanis, your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Officer Gilbert Benavides.
Please bring in the officer, Benavides. Good morning, sir. You've been sworn in, us?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Please have a seat right over here.
Thank you.
Pull up your chair to the mic, and we'll get started.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'll just ask you to speak into the mic loud and clear so the court reporter can pick up your testimony, okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, sir, please state your name for the record.
Gilberto Benavides.
Okay, and how are you employed?
I am a sergeant with the Laredo Police Department.
And how long have you been a police officer?
20 years with the city of Laredo and 4 years prior with the Webb County Sheriff, so 24 together.
That you've been a licensed peace officer for 24 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, were you employed with Laredo Police Department on April the 9th of 2018?
Yes, sir, I was.
Okay. Were you on shift that day?
Yes, sir, I was.
And do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall being dispatched out to Father McDowell Park on that day?
Yes, sir, I responded as the call came in.
Okay, so tell me the nature of your call that morning.
So I heard over the radio, approximately about 11:30 in the morning, dispatch was dispatching EMS and police to the dead end of Bristol and Allen for an injured person, a female with lacerations to the head, is what I heard on the initial call.
Okay, and as part of dispatch, does Laredo Police Department maintain business records regarding the activity of who responded and who was there?
Yes, sir.
Okay, may I approach the witness? Your
You
Honor?
may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 9. Ask you to examine those documents. Do you recognize what's in this document?
Yes.
What's contained?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do they fairly and accurately depict the records maintained by the police department
Yes, sir.
on that morning?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Send it over to file we move to introduce State's Exhibit 9.
Admitted, without objection.
Thank you. We may make reference to this during your testimony, and I'll ask you to
Thank you.
refer to that. Do you remember your call sign?
Yes, sir, I do.
And what is your call sign?
6018.
Okay. Do you remember are you able to determine what time the call came in?
Date time received was 4/9/18 at 11:33 a.m.
At 11:30. So that's when you yourself head over there?
Yes, that's when I hear the call and I start making my way over there.
Okay. Now, tell the ladies and gentlemen jury where you responded to and the route that you took.
Okay. So as I'm hearing the radio, I'm monitoring it. Eventually, it's broadcast over the radio that the person is deceased at scene. so that, you know, I definitely need to respond to there, right, as part of my duties. So I make my way down Bristol to Allen towards the dead end, and I park my unit close to that open gate on Bristol and Allen.
Now, let me ask you, at that point in time, how many years were you on PD, with PD?
I want to say approximately 18 years.
Okay, and you were a detective?
Yes, correct.
And assigned to what unit at that time?
I was assigned to the Capers, or Crimes Against Persons Division.
And what type of crimes do they investigate?
We investigate anything that involves crime against a person, so assaults, homicide, robbery, that type of nature of calls and reports.
Ms. Rollins, can you please use the microphone?
Yes. Okay, so then continue on with you arriving, you said, on Bristol.
So I arrive at the dead end of Bristol and Allen. That is what we considered almost the river banks, right? We know that beyond that gate, it's all dirt and brush, and beyond that, it's the river, the international Rio Grande River. I noticed that there's a gate there open. I meet up with Officer Cortez, who's by his unit, parked similar to where I arrived. And he tells me that he's picking up voluntary statement forms and that he's going to take them back down towards where the crime scene was, and I followed him.
Do you make it to the crime scene?
Yes, sir, I do.
Okay, what, if anything, do you see arriving at the crime scene?
So it's a dirt road, and it's kind of hard to get in there, so we have to walk. Unless you have a truck or an ATV, you have to walk in there. So we make our way down the dirt road. It's a distance. On my right-hand side, I could see a clearing, which I consider, which is the soccer fields. I see some Border Patrol units on my right-hand side. I continue walking towards where the road splits up into a Y. On the left-hand side, I can see 2 Border Patrol units. I can see officers. I can see Border Patrol agents talking.
Okay. Now, when you do arrive, what else do you see?
So
What do you do?
As I approach the Border Patrol units and the cluster of officers and agents there, I can see Investigator Ray Garcia talking to some Border Patrol agents. I believe he's taking statements or IDing them. Someone points out towards the direction where the body was, or the victim. And I can see from a short distance from where the Border Patrol trucks were parked, I can see the victim laying across the road.
Okay. Your Honor, may you step down so you can make reference to the map? Go ahead.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm gonna ask you to put on the mic. Just clip it to your tie. Okay. So we can give the jury a visual. Speak loud and clear. You gain access to
Okay.
scenes.
So again, when I arrive, it's the dead end of Bristol. Put you close to this mic. I walk. This is the dirt road that I mentioned. It's a long ways walk. I can see the soccer field here. I can see the Border Patrol.
Mr. Alexander, a minute ago, there was a juror that was having trouble seeing you. So can you, is there any way you can just continue to do it from this angle here? Only because I know there's a juror there on the left, very, very far right-hand side that has trouble when the officer is pointing things out. Thank you.
Is that okay right here?
As long as all the jurors can see.
Everybody see?
Don't worry about me. I'm not worried about me. I'm worried about the juror.
Yes. So, again, continuing, I arrive here, I walk down the road, Border Patrol, two trucks or Border Patrol units here. I can see them from here as I'm walking. This is where I say the road breaks into a kind of a Y. I'm led down here. This is where I can see the two Border Patrol agents. This is where I run into the cluster of officers.
Let me stop you right there. I've got a close-up. This is, you're testifying from 100. I'm gonna now pick up a little more of a zoomed-in map on 101, okay?
Again, the Border Patrol units here, two units. I can see off from where I was standing, the body of our victim from here.
Okay. What else do you do next?
As I'm arriving, I can see the victim. I can see that officers are establishing a crime scene. Based on what I see and how I find the victim, I decide that we need a bigger crime scene. So I start giving instructions to move our crime scene further out into the north side, correction, to the south side, and around the trucks.
So you set up a perimeter.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and after you set up a perimeter, are you able to identify if any other victims were found?
Yes. So as I'm setting up the perimeter, and not long from when I arrive, an agent calls out that they find a second body of a baby.
Okay. And what do you do at this point?
At this point, I want to, again, because from where I'm at, I can't see where the baby was, right? So I need to get to where he's calling out from. So without walking on the dirt road and the evidence on the dirt road, I go through the brush line, and I get to where Agent Dennison was with the baby.
And do you in fact see a deceased baby?
Yes, I do.
Okay. You said you identified a female.
Correct.
Can you describe the scene around the female, what you saw?
Yeah, the victim, she was, like I said, she was laying across the road. She was facing away from where I was, so she was facing this way. From where I was standing, I could see that she was completely covered in blood. Her hair, her body, her arms. She was wearing a sleeve without, a blouse without sleeves, so I can see a lot of blood around her. The dirt all around her was completely covered in blood.
All right, let's go on a question and answer basis, please.
Okay, so there's a lot of blood.
Yes.
You find the baby, Dennison finds the baby.
Correct.
Is there any other evidence that is found after the baby is found?
So as I'm walking towards where the baby was, I can see a lot of evidence along the road. I could see blood on rocks, blood on the sticks that were there, blood on debris. I can see the blood in the trail where it was leading to the baby.
An approximate distance of the blood trail from where the body lie.
Again, I couldn't see the baby, but afterwards I would say it's 20, 25 yards from where the baby and the body was.
That's a blood trail.
No.
Or blood splat. What do you
Blood.
see? What do you see?
I see blood spatter. I see droplets, some bigger than others, but it leads to that area over here where.
And what is that, as a homicide detective, what does that tell you, if anything?
It tells me that there was blood transfer from the victim, from way back here to where we can see the blood all the way to where she was laying.
So she moved from.
She moved from one point to the other as when she had blood on her.
Okay. After the baby's found, is there any evidence found on the east side of the?
Yes, so from where I'm at with the baby, officers again are establishing the crime scene, and they call out that they find a baby stroller. So I look in the direction where the officers were pointing out the stroller.
Okay, and what was, if you can, did you see the stroller?
Yes.
Okay, and please describe the condition of the stroller.
So where I'm standing with baby Dominic, I can see that the stroller is directly across from where he's at, across from the dirt road. It was a black and gray stroller. It was on its side, directly across from baby Dominic's.
Okay, how far from the road was the stroller?
Maybe 15, 20 feet from the road to inside or towards the brush.
And do you remember the condition of the stroller?
Yes, it was on its side. It was obvious to me. It was obvious to me that that stroller was thrown in there because of the vegetation, the brush. It was high. There's no way that stroller could have been rolling there, so someone grabbed it and threw it into the brush.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you now, State's Exhibit 39. You can help me. She can come in, the officer, we need the stroller. Mark, State's Exhibit 39. Okay, I'm gonna open
Yes, sir.
This is State's Exhibit 39. Move to introduce State's Exhibit 39.
No objections, Your Honor.
Admitted
Okay.
without objection.
Try to open this up.
Put it up higher on your, a little bit, there you go. Thank you.
Tell ladies and gentlemen, jury, what's in front of you here.
It's the stroller that I saw that day.
And this was the stroller that was thrown.
Yes, it was thrown directly across from where baby Dominic was.
How many wheels does this stroller have?
It has 4 wheels.
Okay. Based on seeing the stroller, what, if anything, did you do next?
So based on what we had there in front of us, and once I noticed that the stroller was there, I noticed some tire marks or impressions from the stroller all along that dirt road. I noticed that because of how the wheels are set up now, I can see that on the dirt that it was leaving impressions of two wheels, and that's what I noticed.
And when you see those impressions, what, if anything, were you gonna do when you saw those impressions?
I knew that from where we were at, there was no way, someone had to walk from there, and she had to walk from somewhere, so I decided that I was gonna follow those impressions on the dirt to see if I could get to where the car, or at least to where they started from.
Okay, have a seat.
Thank you.
I'm gonna show you now what's being marked, State's Exhibit. Do you have to have a seat?
I'm just gonna turn off this mic real quick.
Just leave it on just in case. Turn it off and do it.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 117. 138. 139. I'm gonna show you 140. 141. 143. And 144. Do you recognize the images depicted in these photos?
Yes, I do.
Do they fairly and accurately depict what you saw there on April the 9th of 2018?
Yes, they
Have they
do.
been altered in any way?
No.
We move to introduce State's Exhibits 144, 143, 141, 140, 139, and 138.
They were admitted.
Okay. Okay. So you told the ladies of the jury that you proceeded to follow the stroller marks.
Correct.
Okay, so I'm gonna show you what State's Exhibit 141. Ask if you could identify what you see in this photo.
Yes, I can see the double markings or impressions from the stroller on the dirt that I followed that day.
Are you able to identify what's up here?
It's our victim.
The stroller mark, the victim is laying on the stroller marks.
Correct, yes, sir.
Okay. And you testified that the distance from the victim to the point where the stroller marks found, or where the stroller was found, was how much distance?
Approximately 20 to 25 yards,
Okay.
I can imagine.
I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 140.
Yes, again, with the stroller marks, you can see the double lines on both sides. It's
Okay.
along the dirt road.
Were you able to conclude where the stroller marks stopped
Yes,
on that road?
yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 117.
So here, where the stick is in the rock, on one side, it's baby Dominic.
Okay, so if you're standing looking south, if you can give the jury that perspective, what are we seeing here?
So if I'm standing facing south, here are these tire markings where, to me, it looks like that it was moved from side to side, or it changed direction. You can see that south there is no more, right, tire marks. And towards my left, if I'm facing south, it would be Dominic's body, and to my right, it would be the stroller.
So the movement of the wheels left and right is where it stopped,
Yes,
and the stroller was then found to the left,
yes,
and baby Dominic to the right.
yes. If I'm facing the markings, yes.
Okay. I'm gonna show you, and you also testified as to the approximate distance. I'm gonna show you what's been previously admitted, States Exhibit 147. This is an aerial view. Can you identify?
Yes.
What's in this?
So up here, if I'm looking at it, to my right would be the stroller, and up here on top of the screen would be the victim.
Okay, so I'm gonna point. If this is accurate right here,
Yes,
that would be the stroller,
yes,
and down here is the victim.
yes,
And in between the victim and the stroller is between 20 to 25 yards in distance.
approximately.
Okay. To the north, what is to the north of the victim
Um,
on the trail?
Towards the north would be the Father Magnomal Park.
But I'm saying immediately adjacent to that, the trail coming out of that brushy area.
It would be the dirt road with the same tire impressions
Okay.
that I followed.
Okay, I'm gonna show you States Exhibit 139. What perspective do we have here?
Again, it's the double tire mark impressions from the dirt road. So if I'm looking at this picture, the crime scene or where Griselda and Dominic would be behind it or towards the end, and then it's going towards the direction of, the picture was taken in the direction towards Father Magno, well, to the soccer fields that I called out in the map.
So, which way are we looking here?
It would be from south to north.
So we're looking north,
Yes,
okay. And the soccer fields are located there,
yes,
okay. You said the stroller marks continue outside that trail?
yes, correct.
And where, if anywhere, do they lead you?
From here, from this picture, they lead me to a soccer field.
Okay, I'm gonna show you 143. You recognize this photo?
Yes.
Okay, and what do we see here?
So again, it's the soccer field that I described, and you see the tire impressions here on the dirt.
These stroller marks around the soccer field, where do they lead to?
Eventually, if we're looking at this picture here, right, it kind of changes direction a little bit because I'm walking from a trail that leads this way, and then it goes, I guess, east for a little bit behind these poles or the goal post, and it changes at the end of this picture. The second goal post, they go. If I'm following, right? 'Cause I'm following actually in the direction these pictures were taken from. It turns left into an open gate, the dead end of Loring.
Okay. And as part of your homicide investigation, did you video, what was seen here as the stroller marks?
Yes, a video was taken of the entire scene there.
Okay. Of specifically the stroller mark trail?
Yes, correct.
I'm gonna show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 470. You recognize
Yes,
this USB?
yes, sir.
Have you, do you know what's contained within here?
Yes.
And what's contained?
It's on-scene, crime scene video of the trail and the markings that were recorded that day.
Not of the bodies, just of the trails. Is that right?
Yes.
The USB. Stroller marks. And did you initial this, Detective?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And are we moved to introduce 478?
Which one was it?
478.
No objection, Your Honor.
That one's not.
Admitted.
This video is less than what, less than 4 or 5 minutes long?
It's a series of videos. I don't remember how many exactly are in there, but and they're all minutes long.
Okay.
It's segmented.
So what number was that again?
478.
478, does it have files within 478? 478.1 towards, to what?
Should be 15 videos, short videos contained within 478.
15? So
Yes.
40, so 478.1 through 478.15 should be the sub-files in that thumb drive,
Yes, sir.
which is 478. All right, very well. And that's a description on it, Mr. Benyat, and hearing the full description that's in it, any objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Very well.
As part of one of the.
So when you play it, just make sure if you do play it, whichever ones you're gonna play, that you describe which file is within 478 that we're playing.
Now, as part of your investigation, did you have a drone video done of the crime scene?
There was drone footage filmed that day, but in particular in those, they were done with a video camera by forensics.
But my question is, was drone footage also done
Yes.
of the area? And I'm not saying that there was drone footage of the stroller marks. That was done with a video camera
Correct.
on the ground.
Yes,
And the drone footage is flown over the
Yes.
entire crime scene. And that's also in here? Yes?
no,
Or you haven't seen that?
no, I have not seen the drone.
Okay. We'll publish the stroller mark video. Correction, Your Honor, there's 16 miniature videos on this.
478.1 through 478.16. And the labels inside the 478 thumb drive exhibit, in fact, label them as State's Exhibit 478.1 through 478.16. So we're gonna actually call them, instead of files, state's exhibits 478.1 through 478.16. Mr. Peña?
No objections, Your Honor.
Very well. Then that'll be the way they are admitted. They are found within Exhibit 478, State Exhibit 478. Thank you. It's being played. Ms. Carlin,
Excuse me.
it's being played.
Okay, this is now 478.1. Now, there's no audio on this, correct?
Correct.
Okay, can you tell the jury what they're seeing?
This is scene or footage that was recorded during the process of the crime scene or the collection of evidence. So these are the goalposts that I can describe from that picture. Again, I walked from the opposite direction, right? If you can picture that, I walked from the crime scene that led me to this gate where I say that at the end of this gate, open gate here is the dead end of Loring. Again, this is paved road or blacktop, but over here on this side behind the poles or the goal poles, you can see the dirt and you can see the tire impressions that I spoke about or we see in the picture.
And just for the record, when you say Laurie, that's Laurie, L-O-W-R-Y, right, Laurie?
Correct.
Four 478.2.
We're playing which one?
478.2.
Thank you.
Now, do you tell the jury what they're seeing or what you can identify, if anything?
So what the recording here is that dirt road behind the goalpost that we saw in the pictures. So we moved up a little bit, and now you're going to see the actual dirt road, and this is where I could see the double markings from the stroller, the tire impressions.
Leading to where?
This is leading towards the crime scene, towards where the bodies were found, the victims. And they're just close-ups again from the tire markings on the dirt. And you can see how they lead all the way down toward where that paved road is, or the paved trail.
And the prey trail leads where?
Again, it leads back towards where we found the victims and the Border Patrol units.
Okay. How did you work following the stroller marks? What was your strategy in working the stroller marks?
Again, from when I saw the stroller, the victims, I knew that they came from somewhere. Familiar with the area, I know that people, for the most part, park at the parking lot at Father Magnavola and then walk towards those directions. So I followed those trails again, trying to stay off the dirt and on the grass. I followed them.
Right. We can pause that. So you have the stroller marks from the crime scene working north, is what you described,
Correct.
back to the trail.
Yes.
And what course of action, if any, do you take when you're on that trail?
That trail, all along towards we get to Loring where there is no more dirt, takes me, I follow the trail and it takes me to the parking lot of Father Magnable.
Okay. Your Honor, if you may step down so you can show the jury. Here on State's Exhibit 97, turn on your mic and show the jury where you followed the trail back to where you said the parking lot was.
Yes, so here, Griselda Dominic, I follow right all through here, over the Border Patrol units. I go down here. This is where you see some of the pictures that were taken. I go around this island, the marks go around this island, come out through here. Again, this is a soccer field. The goal post would be back here, and the recording again was what we saw was from here coming this way. I was doing the opposite direction when I initially walked. I walked past the goal post on this side and down to Lowry, where this gate was, and here is where I described that there is no more dirt road.
Okay, so what do you do next?
I'm familiar with the area, right? So I just continue following the paved walking trail that leads me to the main parking lots of Father Magnable Park.
What, if anything, do you see when you arrive at the parking lot?
So when I get to the parking lot, there's already units and officers with a white Mercedes there, parked here along this side here.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 107.
Need to switch it.
Just the white Mercedes you saw that morning?
Yes.
And what do we see here? A 108?
It's the white Mercedes where it was parked, where we found it.
Okay. And 109?
It's a different angle, but the same white Mercedes where it was parked.
And what's this behind it? This field?
It's a field that they used for practices, baseball, soccer. Right over here towards, if you're looking at the picture from standing behind it, it would be a baseball park and then some extra parks to practice.
Okay. So as detective, what, if anything, do you do next that you, or let me ask you, do you approach the car?
Yes, sir, I approach.
Okay, tell us what, if anything, do you do when you approach the car?
I approach the car and I look inside the vehicle. And I could see a Chick-fil-A bag in the middle console and then the car seat in the back.
Okay. What else do you do, if anything?
The car seat plus the stroller, it gets me thinking that we have a possible vehicle. So I run the plates.
You run the plates.
Yes, the license plates, the Texas license plates.
Okay, and what do you find from that?
At that point, we find a registered owner,
And who
To-
was the registered owner?
Angelica Hernandez.
Okay. And what do you do with that information?
Along with the name, we got the address to the registered owner, which was 11411 Sierra Gorda. And I proceed to the location.
Okay. And what, if anything, happens when you get to the location? Or how far was that from Father Magnable Park?
It was within the same area. If we're familiar with the Mines Road area, it was right along Faskin, which is less than 5 minutes from where we were at Father Magnum Park.
Okay, so you get to this house in less than 5 minutes.
Correct.
And what happens next?
There's no cars on the driveway, but I proceed to knock. And I see that the doorbell is one of those doorbells where you can communicate with someone who's not home, and I ring the doorbell.
Okay, and what happens?
I make contact with a female, and I identify myself. She identifies herself as a registered owner, Angelica, and I explain to her what I'm doing there.
What do you explain?
At this point in time, I was following up a lead on the vehicle. So I explained to her that I'm trying to find out who was driving that vehicle and if they knew where that vehicle was.
Okay. What information do you, are you talking to her on the phone? Are you talking to her through the doorbell, or please take us step by step?
Okay, so the initial contact over the phone, or over the doorbell, was through doorbell and me and her talking. I can't remember if she asked me or I asked her to call over the cell phone, but we transferred over to me on the cell phone talking to her. And again, I explained to her what I'm doing there. And then immediately I get a sense of urgency from her because she tells me that her sister, Griselda Hernandez,
Okay. You're talking to her, correct?
correct,
And walk us through this carefully. You're advising her about her vehicle being found?
correct.
Okay. And what specifically do you advise her about her vehicle being found?
I explained to her that we were investigating an abandoned vehicle call, or a vehicle, and we were following up. At that point in time, I don't tell her about what we found or what my initial findings were.
Okay, and you said that on the other line, you sensed urgency.
So, yes, correct.
Yes. You said that you sensed urgency, yes?
Yes,
Okay. During the time you were there, did she ever arrive?
yes.
Who arrived?
Griselda,
No, who arrived at Angelica's house?
Angelica, and then short time, I can't remember if it was mom or her before, but yeah, the family.
Okay. By the time they arrive at her house, what is their emotional state?
When we make contact, or when we meet face to face, again, she's concerned because I learned that Griselda hadn't answered for hours. So when we meet, she realizes, or I realize, that I'm wearing a lanyard.
And what does that lanyard say?
That's how we identify ourselves. It says Laredo homicide on it. I believe when she reads that homicide is where she went frantic. I think she knew.
Well, all right, let's just say what you know, sir.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, and I'll ask you, when you see her look at your lanyard, correct?
Correct.
Do you observe her demeanor at that moment?
Yes.
And what is that demeanor?
Fear. And then she questions me.
She's scared.
Correct. Yes.
In the moment that she's scared,
Okay, can approach bench, please. 5, make them ask it, and we'll get started with what's done. Thank you. Remember that you're still under the instructions that I've given you throughout this entire, at the very beginning and throughout this entire 12, so please comply with that. Thank you.
Please rise for the duty.
with regard to exhibits 485 and 486. There was an inspection of the exhibits by defense counsel, making sure that in fact it was in fact what it was portrayed to in fact be. And one of the files, which I believe was 485, exhibit 485 or 486? The one that was not. Yeah. Exhibit 46, when they stuck that in, they could not open it. So the state is going to go make sure that, in fact, we have a working copy inside of the court record admitted into evidence. And then once that's working, then we'll substitute the exhibit. Just let us know when, and I'll ask you all if you have any objection to that. And then you all can then have the opportunity to inspect it and make sure that, in fact, it is, in fact, what it's portrayed to be.
And just for the completeness of the record, Your Honor, on 485 as well, there were 45.1 and 45.2. We were able to review 45.2, but 485.1 will also not open.
So let's take a look at both of them, and then we'll take it from there.
Thank you.
Okay? Thank you.
Yes, and then I think,
With respect to the security camera videos, Your Honor,
there's
they've got
several business records. There's Google and security cameras.
Okay.
But they're
and,
all business record.
Yeah, they're accompanied by business records affidavits, and we have no objection to their admissibility. Your Honor.
And they're labeled?
Yes, Your Honor, they are labeled.
What's the number?
I will call them out. And then get me the numbers for this as well. Does she have my list? Does she have the list? If I'm not allowed to just get the list so it can be in order and I can also give it. Do you have
Yes.
the list?
I'll wait for the list.
May I have the list? Yes, for there. There. Oh, sorry. Thank you. I apologize, Your Honor.
Okay.
So it's a list of business record affidavits. It is
Exhibit, for purpose of this trial, it's what exhibit number?
So it states Exhibit 89.
On the bin. Oh.
Right here states
89.
Exhibit 89.
And,
And should I identify?
yeah, well, no, but does 89 have like 89 point something in there?
Yes, right? These do have the sub-files? Yes.
So it's 89, and how many sub-files is in 89? So there are several, the 89 has several sub-files that are also exhibits, labeled as state's exhibit in there.
Yes.
And those, you're also, anything that's inside of 89 and 89, you're offering into evidence.
Yes.
And there are no objections from Mr. Peña on that.
Yes, Your Honor.
Excuse me, Mr.
Go ahead.
Exhibit 57, which additionally, Judge, if they're sub-files, they would be.
57 point whatever.
Prefix 57 point.
So it'd be sub-exhibits 57, state sub-exhibits really, 57.1 and whatever numbers you have.
Yes, Your Honor. States Exhibit 60.
And the same thing with 60,
Yeah, that is correct, Your Honor.
all right?
States Exhibit 88.
And the same thing with 88 is gonna have other exhibits inside of 88.
That is
In the
correct.
form of 88.1 through whatever number
That is
of
correct.
files, okay?
States Exhibit 94, and any sub-files will have the prefix of 94.1 and
And,
so on.
okay,
States Exhibit 93, again, if there's any sub-files, it would be prefix 93.1
one and so on.
States Exhibit 61, it is also, this is a CD, it's not USB.
So 61 may have other files also, so it will be 61 plus whatever, sub-files will be 61, exhibits 61.1 and so on.
That's correct. And States Exhibit 68, and any sub-files would be 68.1 and so on.
And that's a DVD or
This
CD
is
also,
a
okay?
62, Your Honor,
DVD also, or CD?
CD, and any sub-files would be properly Exhibit 62.1 and so on.
Okay,
A CD, Exhibit 67, will also have, any sub-files will be
All right.
67.1 and so on. Exhibit 71. Any sub-files would also be point one of
Okay.
Exhibit 71. Those are CDs. This one is Exhibit 76, that is a USB. Any sub-files would have 76.1 and so on.
Okay.
Exhibit 54.
USB?
Yes, any sub-files would be properly identified as point one and so on. Exhibit 481. Any sub-files for 481s would be point one and so on. Exhibit 63, Your Honor, and it also is a USB. Any sub-files would be 63.1 and so on. States Exhibit 79 is a CD, or DVD, a DVD, and any sub-files would be 79.1 and so on. States Exhibit 73. It's a DVD, and any sub-files would be properly marked as 73.1 on and on. States Exhibit 53.
All right.
53, and any sub-files would be point one and so on. States Exhibit 55. And it's a DVD, and any sub-files would be 55.1, so on.
Mm-hmm.
States Exhibit 59, any sub-files within would be .1 and so on for 59.1, and it's also DVD. States Exhibit 65, any sub-files within this DVD would also be
Well, según que venía, no sé. Roy.
Please rise for the jury.
Yes, please, thank you. Thank you all. Please have a seat. Thank you. Continue with the examination of Sergeant Benavides. I believe you still have him on direct. Mr. Ananiz, you may proceed.
That is correct. Before the break, we were talking about your arrival at the house of Angelica Hernandez. Remember that?
Yes,
And you testified that you arrived there and you rang the doorbell.
correct.
Okay. Were you able to make contact with Ms. Hernandez?
Yes, through the doorbell, I was able to make contact, identify myself, and talk to her.
Let's go ahead and pick up where we left off there. I think we've gone over this part of
Okay.
this one. Thank you.
And did you inform her about an abandoned car?
Yes, I informed her that I was there checking up on an abandoned vehicle.
What was her reaction
Uh,
well, first of all, did you identify who you were?
Correct, I identified myself as an investigator from Laredo PD,
Okay.
and I learned that the vehicle was not abandoned and that her sister Gracela had it.
That she had lent the car to Griselda.
Correct, she lent the car to Griselda and Dominic, and that they were gonna meet with Dominic's father at a nearby park.
I'm going to object again to hearsay, when we approach you on.
Well, I think we approached on this issue already.
I think this is beyond an excited utterance, Judge, what is going into.
I don't, if I may
Well, I don't
respond.
think I let him go over all of, I think we went over all of the, approach. We went over, just a minute, well, before lunch, the
She tells you that what does she tell you?
She tells me that she lent a car to his sister, and her sister Griselda was going to take Dominic, her son, Griselda's son, to meet the biological father, the father of Dominic, at a nearby park. And I learned that the name of the father that she was going to meet, and that he was a U.S. Border Patrol, she tells me.
And what was that name?
She told me Anthony Burgos.
Okay, so what do you do with that information?
I relay that information over police radio to some of the detectives that were at the scene of where the babies were and where the car was at.
And how do you do that?
I asked the sergeant and some of the detectives to go to our Channel 3, which is our radio communications. We different channels, but I specifically asked them to go to Channel 3 to communicate.
Okay, my approach. I'm going to show you what's been marked at State's Exhibit 480.
What's in? 480?
480. Do you recognize this CD?
Yes, sir.
Are you familiar with the contents of this CD?
Yes, sir.
And have you listened to it?
Yes, sir.
That exhibit's already been admitted.
Okay. Permission to publish it, is that correct?
I don't have it, Your Honor.
480
What was the item, Your Honor?
CD. That's one of the ones that you did?
480, no.
Oh, I'm
this is-
sorry, go ahead.
I'm gonna, at this time, move to introduce State's Exhibit 480.
Any objection to 480?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 480 is admitted.
Permission to publish.
Go ahead. Thank you. I got confused with one. Make sure you keep everything on your list. That way you can just point to it quickly.
I haven't seen it. This is just one audio on this one.
Well, is there anything else inside 480?
No.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
Wait a minute, Governor. This is gonna be the 20. She's at this morning and she hasn't answered for the last 4 hours. She was supposed to be baby daddy or the ex, Anthony Burgos, who's a border patrol agent. The victim or the possible 82 is Griselda Hernandez, 41690.
What channel are you on when you're saying this?
I'm on Channel 3, sir.
And who's able to hear it?
Right there, I was speaking to the sergeant, but everyone who can turn our radio on to Channel 3 can listen to that.
So everybody at the crime scene.
Yes.
And is this something that if you're wearing your radio, it's being broadcast?
Yes, correct. It's broadcast over our portable unit.
Okay.
I'm gonna stand by for the family to make it back to this 20 here by 11411.
What is, when you say I'm waiting for the family to get back to this 20, what's 20?
The 20 is location, where I'm at.
And you're waiting for who to get there?
By that time, I had hung up already with Angelica, and I'm waiting for someone to meet me at the house.
Who is she gonna meet with? The ex-husband, who's a border patrolman by the name of Anthony Burgos. They,
Whose voice is that?
That's my voice.
Or who are you speaking to?
To the sergeant at scene, my sergeant, my supervisor.
he's the guy that found the body. He's a border patrol agent that found the body. Does anybody have visual on him?
Whose voice is that?
That's investigator Reynaldo Garcia, voice, also from the Capers Division.
at the scene?
Yes, I briefly saw him at the scene where we found the bodies.
That's Raimundo Garcia?
Raimundo Garcia.
You did a unit here, stand by. Do you know what tattoos on his left arm? He has those little tattoos on his left arm?
Do you recognize those voices there?
Yes, sir.
And whose voices are there?
That's Investigator Juan de la Cruz and Officer Alberto Cortez, I believe, is the second one that comes on.
Is it Greg de la Cruz or Juan de la Cruz?
Can I hear it again just one more time?
Sure.
You did a unit here, stand by.
That sounds like Juan de la Cruz.
Juan de la Cruz.
Yes.
And what does he say there?
Um,
By the unit?
They're trying to find where the agent is, and he's saying that it's by a unit.
Do you know what tattoos on his left arm? Yeah.
Okay, here the officers are trying to communicate of who is he and does he have tattoos, and again, they're all trying to find out where he's at.
Okay.
There's no tattoos on his left arm?
Again,
Where does he begin? I was talking to him right now by Lori, and he was walking towards the Magnable Park.
You recognize that voice?
that voice, I don't.
That's fine.
Just keep it 10-3, we haven't ID'd the 82 for sure. We're going off what the Mercedes says, but the family is concerned because she hasn't answered. So if anyone could just get a visual on him.
Keep it 10-3, because we haven't determined the 82. What does that mean? Explain it then.
Again, that's police code. What I'm instructing the officers, once they have visual and where's he at or not, I'm reminding everyone who's listening to not broadcast this or stop transmitting, to keep it under wraps. Again, because we haven't ID'd the victim at this point. We're going off a lead, my lead of the car, and that's what I'm explaining to them. Again, because there's other people and other agencies listening to that radio if it's out loud.
What's code 82?
Code 82 is deceased person.
Because you said we haven't determined the 82. That's what you
Yes, we haven't identified the deceased person on scene. We don't know at this point who it is.
said.
Wait, he's here by the vehicle. His car.
You recognize that voice?
Yes,
And who is that?
that's also a detective from Capers, Richard Reyes.
And he says he's here by the car.
From what I can hear is that he has visual of Anthony Burgos, the agent.
Burgos.
21 Gilbert.
Right, I'm gonna start running the female to see if we get a picture on her.
Gilbert. I'm 76 with investigators on yes. He's a relative. So he needs an ID.
You recognize that voice?
Yes, sir.
And whose voice is that?
That is Sergeant Cordy Perez from the SIU division.
What does she mean when she says I'm 76? What does that mean?
She asked me to call her, and I'm still listening to her, right? 21, call her. And then I'm talking to the others, and she then interrupts again and tells me that she's en route with one of her investigators, Investigator Nunez, who can ID. She's letting us know that he can possibly ID our victim.
Why?
Because they're related.
Give me a 21 701 0078 701 0078.
What does that code mean?
Again, that's one of our investigators asking me to call her. 21 means call, and she gives me a phone number to call.
Do you remember what phone number you were calling?
I believe she calls me or something, but yes.
Pictures on RMS.
You said, so picture in RMS, what does that mean?
Someone is letting us know, I don't recognize the voice, but someone is letting us know that on our computer, RMS, our computer, our database, there's a picture of her.
So her picture has been already uploaded to your record management system.
Correct.
Okay.
You were standby for 21? Mo, what's the DOB, Mo? 41699. Over.
Now, what, if anything, happens based on those transmissions?
We try to ID her, right? We try to run, and you can hear in the conversation where they're trying to get information and a date of birth, name, RMS. Everyone who's listening to this is trying to identify her and to see if it's our victim at scene.
Okay. And then what happens next?
I go to one of the units that's there at the house because we showed up with a unit, an officer, I can't remember who, and I go look at the picture of Griselda. But again, I can't identify her because of how I saw her at scene, where she was full of blood and her hair full of blood. I couldn't identify her.
Okay. Is she ultimately identified?
Yes.
Okay. And is ultimately is anybody detained or arrested?
Yes, I hear over the radio and that Burgos is detained. Again, I'm still on Sierra Gorda, waiting for family and meeting family. And
So you find out that Burgos is detained.
yes,
Okay. Now what else happens after this? What do you do?
I remain at the house waiting for family. More families coming. Angelica arrives. I let her know that yes, in fact, I am from homicide, and yes, in fact, we are investigating a deceased person. But I let her know that, again, we don't have the identity of the deceased person.
And then?
I remain on scene. For me, it feels like for a long time until they ID the bodies of Griselda and Dominic. At that point, I wait for Sergeant Cordelia Perez and Investigator Nunez to arrive at the house. We meet with the family, and we give them the news of the deceased, Griselda and Dominic.
From there, what do you do as part of your duties on this investigation?
From there, we give the family a little bit of time, or some time, and then Griselda Angelica and her mom are asked to go to the station. I get a ride back to the crime scene because, remember, I walked all the way and then caught a ride, so my car was still at the crime scene. So I get a ride back to the crime scene.
Okay. And what do you do from there?
From there, I assist the end part of the gathering of the evidence, and still we did one more sweep of the area. Detectives at scene are finishing up the crime scene, recovering and evidence and photographs, and I remain there until the crime scene gets processed and completed.
After it's processed and completed, where do you go next?
From there, I go back to our offices and meet with detectives
And where are your offices?
at our main station on 4712 Mayher.
Okay. Do you continue working this case?
Yes.
What do you do next?
I meet with one of the CBP Internal Affairs. They're relinquishing the 2 units that were recovered. Remember initially those 2 units that were, when I walked to the crime scene that I point out, those 2 units were recovered as part of the evidence. I meet with a government official who signs over those units to us.
Where were those units at that moment?
They were in our Sally Port. They were at the main station.
Okay, and what happens at this, when you have a vehicle at your Sally Port that is being investigated?
Well, part of the process is for us to go in there, but when I'm back at the station and we're talking and learning from Angelica back at her house that Griselda had 2 phones, one specifically that baby Dominic would play with, and then her phone. And we knew that those phones, after speaking to investigators and me being at the scene at the end, we know that those phones, we can't find them.
So the phones, the 2 phones, Angelica and baby Dominic's, were not at the crime scene?
Yes, correct.
Okay. You have 2 kilo units now at the police station, correct?
Yes,
Is one of those kilo units, kilo unit 66119, belonging to Ronald Anthony Burgos?
correct. It was at the Sally Port.
Okay. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what happens with that unit?
So knowing that we don't have the phones at the scene or on her, I go into Burgos' unit and we process it for photographs, and that's where I find the 2 phones.
Okay. Can you describe where the 2 phones were?
They were in the passenger seat on top of a tactical vest,
A green vest.
around a backpack area, and a pair of shorts on the passenger side, on the seat.
1 second. Can you step down one of the, go ahead, help me out. I'm gonna show you what's marked States Exhibit 30. I'm gonna move to introduce this, Your Honor. States Exhibit 30.
Any objection? No objection, Your Honor.
You testified that you found the cell phones.
Correct.
And where were the cell phones?
This vest was the one that I can tell you that was a tactical vest that was on the passenger seat.
I'll ask you to demonstrate where it was.
So when I go into the truck, this is similar to what I see, right? The vest was on the seat. There was a tactical, what we call a go bag, a tactical bag up here. I can see from outside a little piece of the phone, and then I believe it was a pair of shorts on top of that.
I'm gonna also show you State's Exhibit 10. To introduce State's Exhibit 10. State's Exhibit 10, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Admitted. Thank you. I want you to go ahead and take out what's in State's Exhibit 10. Was that also in the truck, if you recall or not?
I don't recall seeing this on the passenger seat.
Okay, put that back. I'm gonna show you what's been marked and previously admitted as State's Exhibit 50 and State's Exhibit 48. You pick it up. Okay. What is that in your hand?
This is a Samsung phone that was described to me belonging to Griselda.
And where was that phone?
This was laying somewhere here on top of the vest, covered by that bag and those shorts.
Okay. Was there anything else on top of the vest? Was it just one phone?
No, there was two. The one with the broken screen.
I'll ask you to look inside State Exhibit 50. Okay, what do you have there?
This is the phone with the crack screen that I learned that Dominic was used to play with.
Okay, and where was that?
This was also somewhere, right? Not exactly like this, right? But somewhere on this vest, covered by that bag and the shorts.
Okay, and on top of this, you said was a tactical bag and a pair of shorts
Yes.
covering the phones.
Correct.
So the phones were hidden?
I could see a little bit of one, but yes, I couldn't see the second.
Okay. And this was in Burgos's unit, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You can just put that. That's his phone, and that's gonna be
This is a Samsung.
President, move to introduce State's Exhibit 31, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. So let me take out what's in here. Okay. And lay that across where you,
I don't remember if it was up or down, but it was somewhere up here, on top of that, with the phone's under here.
so the phones were under this tactical list.
Yes.
Okay. I'd also like for you, before you sit down, to hold up the vest and show the name on that tactical vest to the jury. What does it say?
R. Burgos. And then the CBP badge and the regular guy up here on top of the patch.
Okay, thank you. Have a seat. I'm gonna show you what you were testifying about where you found the phones in this case. I'm gonna show you State's Exhibit 324 that's already been admitted into evidence. Ask you if you identify what's in here. What do we see here?
Again, like I laid it on the chair, right? The vest on top of the chair, the tactical bag on that vest.
Okay. There's a close-up.
Correct. Again, the vest, that bag that we just saw, the shorts, and some gloves.
I'm gonna show you 336, State's Exhibit. Are you able to see there?
Yes.
What do you see?
Again, this is the tactical bag, the vest, and what we did here was remove the shorts, and you can see where the phones were.
How many phones?
2 phones.
Okay. I'm gonna show you 335.
It's a different angle or maybe a little bit more zoom in, but yes, the 2 phones.
Okay. 334.
It's a close-up, right, from the previous photo. You see a box of ammunition now, and then one of the phones.
Okay. And I'm gonna show you 294. What is that?
That's Kilo Unit 66119.
Who was that assigned to that morning?
That's Burgos unit. You can also see the light fixture that identifies it as that same unit.
Now, once you have the cell phones, or you see the cell phones, you're there as a capers investigator, homicide detective. What do you do?
So we finish processing it just with photos of the truck, and then I recover the 2 phones. Once I recover both phones, I take them to our forensics unit, where we get DNA swabs from them, because one of them, or both of them, I believe, have blood on them.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor? Yes. I'm going to show you, before we wrap up your testimony, to look at State's Exhibit 337. Flip it over. Turn it over. Flip it, put it down. 338. 339. 340. 341. 342. 343. 344, 345, 346, and 347. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes,
Do they fairly and accurately depict the condition of what is contained within those photos on that day?
yes, they do.
And have they been altered or changed in any way?
No.
I don't know if these have already been.
Any objections?
Objection, Your Honor.
Have they been admitted?
The ones you just mentioned?
Yes.
Sure, yes.
Okay,
Oh,
just double checking. Okay, I'm gonna show you now what you saw on 347. Do you recognize this?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know whose phone this was? If you know?
I would need to see the top, sir, just to see the make. Okay, it's a Samsung belonging to Griselda.
Okay. Now, did you mentioned something about a DNA swab, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why would you need a DNA swab?
Because I believe that what I'm seeing here on some of them was blood
Okay,
on them.
Your Honor, can you step down and show on the Elmo where he sees the blood? Or where he spotted the blood? I'm gonna hand you my pen and I'll show you 344. You can examine this photo.
Hold on a second. Can you switch? Do you know how to work the panel? Any of your lawyers here? I bet you can switch it to the on. Oh, here.
No, it is,
the panel.
it is on.
Oh, I'm sorry. When I was looking at my screen, I didn't have that panel on.
Okay.
I think I have like a 5-second delay on my screen or something. If I look over here, I'm done.
Okay. All right, so we're back on track.
My apologies.
Okay, Judge. Go here with, what do you see on this photo?
Definitely some type of smudging on the phone with what I believe was blood right around this area here.
Can you show the jury where?
Right here where I'm pointing with the tip of the pen is. And then on the back of it is where you would be able to see a little bit more distinctive of what I'm talking about.
Okay. I'm gonna show you State Exhibit 343. If you see anything or if you don't, just point it out.
Here, I don't think I saw anything.
Okay. 342.
Same photo, here in this area, maybe.
Okay. Do you remember the other type of phone the baby was carrying?
A CTC, but definitely one with a cracked screen is what stuck out to me, or what I remember the most.
Okay. I'm gonna show you State Exhibit 339. Does that look familiar?
Yes,
Is that what you're described as a,
the CTE with a broken screen.
I'll show you 338.
Yes, it's the same phone, right? A broken screen, some smudging.
Okay, and this would be the one the baby had?
Um,
Or
Yes, that's what I learned, that the baby, this one didn't have cell phone connection, but they would use it for the baby to play with.
337?
It's the same phone in the back.
Okay. And I'm gonna show you now. 346.
This is, going back to the Samsung. This is, again, the Samsung Griseldas. This is where what I remember and stuck out the most was, this is where I think there was a substantial, or I could visibly see that more blood here around this area.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna show you 340. Or this also has what you described that as, all these
Yes, right here, this area.
smudging.
Smudgy, yes.
And 340.
This is going back to the ZTE. Again, some smudging here, some markings on this area right here. Some red markings.
Okay. You say red markings. What do you mean by
I-
red markings?
Blood. This is where I had to swap for some blood here.
And finally, State's Exhibit 341. What do you see here?
This is a close-up of the same phone where you can definitely see in these areas here the red, what at the time I believe was blood.
Okay. You can have a seat. Were these phones eventually sent off for DNA swabs?
Yes.
And without discussing the results, do you know if you guys were able to receive any results on these phones?
I wouldn't know, sir.
Okay. Who was the lead detective in this case?
The lead was Raimundo Garcia.
Okay. Did you do any other work that day in advance or as part of this homicide, this double homicide?
No, on that day we finished there.
Okay.
Oh, I did.
Did you have any other duties or responsibilities as part of this case?
Just assisted with the evidence and assist Ray with the investigation through the process.
Okay. I pass the witness.
I don't have any questions of this witness, Your Honor.
Sergeant, thank you.
Sir, thank you.
You may step down, you may go about your business.
Am I dismissed?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah. We're on our mic back. I'm sorry, what? Was I just kind of started, so if you can keep on going, it'll be better.
Stay
And
close.
then start going.
You want to ask?
Are y'all good? A little bit more, right? Yeah, okay.
Stay close, Angelica Camacho.
Angelica Camacho?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Have you been sworn in already?
Yes.
Good. Have a seat over here.
Yes, sir.
Take a seat, pull your chair up to the mic, and we'll get started.
Your Honor, may I proceed?
You may.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ms. Camacho, will you please state your full name?
Yes, Angelica Camacho.
will you get a little closer to the speak, the microphone? Yes. Okay. And I'm sorry, you said your full name was?
Angelica Camacho.
And Ms. Camacho, how is it that you're employed?
I am currently a criminal justice teacher for a local school.
Okay. And back in 2018, April of 2018, were you employed with the Laredo Police Department?
Yes.
What were your duties at that time?
I was a patrol officer, so I would respond to emergency or non-emergency calls, to protect and serve the city of Laredo.
Are you a licensed peace officer?
Yes,
You're still a licensed peace officer?
correct.
And so back in on April 9th of 2018, do you recall that day?
Yes, I do.
And being called out to Father McNival?
Yes.
Okay. What area, and what do you call it, what beat, or what area do you normally, or did you normally patrol at that time?
So at the time, I would patrol what we call Beat 14, and that's basically all of Mines Road, anything from the overpass all the way to the city limits. So it could be Max Golf Course or mile marker 18.
Okay. And back in 2018, how long had you been a patrol officer?
I was a few months shy from 3 years.
Okay.
I'm
No,
not
it's
sure.
not.
Mine now.
There you go. You can put it up a little bit, so you don't have to lean over like that.
Like that. Is that better?
Yeah, you want to get a little
You don't have
closer?
to lean like that, we'll find it. You're good.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
You're welcome.
And so, I'm sorry, the last question was, back in 2018, you had been on patrol for about 3 years?
Yes, I was a few months shy of being there for 3 years.
Okay. And so, what shift were you working that day, if you recall?
Yes, that day I was working the morning shift, which was from 6 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Do you recall when you first went out to Father McNival?
Yes, it was right after an assault call that I had been dispatched to. Once I finished with that call, since it was in my area that I was patrolling, I made it out there.
Okay. And so, had you been there? Now, I think you had mentioned, or I'm just going to ask you, how many times did you go to Father McNival that day?
Twice.
Okay. And so let's start in the morning.
Okay.
What time did you get there? What was the first time that you went to Father McNival?
The first time was around 8:50-ish.
Okay.
It was a very slow morning, so I went to Father McNival Park that morning just to kind of see what was going on there. So I proceeded to go down Father McNival, and I turned right, and I went all the way down to the roundabout, and I parked there.
Okay, just a moment. Let's see if I can do this. I'm going to be showing you what has been admitted to evidence of State's Exhibit 97-1. Now, Your Honor, if Ms. Camacho can approach the Iki.
Do you see that mic there?
This one?
Yeah, if you can flip it on and then turn it on after you flip it on. Don't turn it on yet, because it's like in a racket.
Yep.
And then approach to Elmo, thank you. You can go and turn it on now whenever you're ready.
So now I want you to show the jury the area that you're talking about when you said you did the little roundabout.
Okay. So I came in the park,
What street is that?
Zebu?
Okay. Zebu, okay, and so you went in that area.
Yes, correct. I drove down.
Hold on
Right.
just a moment, let me adjust this for a
Mhm.
second. There you go. I think that's better. Okay.
So I drove down that street, I made a right, and I went all the way down to the roundabout and parked right there.
Okay. And what activity did you see at that time?
So at that time, I had seen a worker for Laredo was picking up trash by the playground.
Okay, show us where on this.
So the playground is right here,
Okay.
and he was somewhere near it picking up trash.
Okay. And then?
And then I noticed the far south that there was a lady pushing a stroller.
Okay. And you mentioned that, what time was it around, was this?
I got there around 9:50ish or 8:50ish.
Okay. And then, what other activity was going on at that morning?
So as I stayed there for a little while, I then saw that customs agents started arriving. They started arriving, and then they were training their canines on the small little T-ball
Okay.
fields.
Okay. And so, that was the first time you went there?
Correct.
Okay. And the second time that you went back, you mentioned, what time was that?
This at 1:00 p.m. in the afternoon.
And this was after you had answered a service call?
Correct, an assault call.
Okay. And where did you go the second time that you went to Father McNable?
So the second time, I parked at Bristol.
Let me just make sure that we can see this.
Mhm.
Okay.
I parked at Bristol, and it was Riverbank. Because there was so much police presence already there,
Okay.
I didn't find any parking obviously close to where the gate was.
Okay. And so how many blocks away from the actual entrance of Father McNable, more or less?
3.
3 blocks?
Correct.
And that was because there was lots of police officer cars?
Correct.
Okay. And so when you approached the Father McNable, which entrance was it?
At the dead end of Bristol,
Okay.
there's a gate that was open, and that's where officers were coming in and out.
And which was your walkway? How did you walk over to the area once you got to Father McNable?
So I just basically started following officers that were going to the scene. So this is Bristol, and I went through the gate, and then it started like a little trail area. I walked to westbound, and then kind of curved south and ended up here at this island.
Okay. And for now, you can go ahead and go take a seat.
Okay.
When you got to this little island area, now let me ask you before we get there, that day were you in full uniform?
Yes, I was.
And as part of your uniform, what equipment do you carry with you?
So we have our weapon, handcuffs, we have extra magazines, less lethal weapons like a baton, add gloves, and that's about it.
How do you communicate with other officers?
Through our radio.
Okay. Did you have a radio on that day?
Yes,
Okay. Where did you have it on?
I had it over my shoulder right here.
Okay. And when you arrived at this little area, now I'm going to show you what has previously been introduced, States Exhibit 150. Is this the area that you said that you went to?
Yes.
Is it better with the light or without the light? Can you see it better with or without?
Without.
So, where, is this what it appeared to you? Or this is the little area that you said you went to?
Correct, the small little island.
Now, this is States Exhibit 150. The small little island, what is in this little area of the small little island?
When I got there?
Yes, what did you see?
So when I got there, I approached my sergeant at the time, who was Sergeant Guerrero, my lieutenant, and Sergeant Colchado. So I approached my sergeant and I told him, "Hey, Sarge, what's going on? Like, fill me in since I just got here." And he told me, "Oh, it looks like there has been a murder." And I said, "Really?" And he said, "Yeah." He was like, "It's a female victim and a baby that's about 1.5 years." And I told him, "Oh, okay. Well, I'll take the case then, since it's my area, right? I'm in charge of that area. Like, I'll take the call." And he was like, and then my lieutenant said, no, he's like, call Officer Martinez because he has a rookie and let them be primary on the call. And I
Okay.
said, okay. So then at the time, my sergeant was like, well, do you want to go see the bodies? And well, to me, since I wasn't going to be primary, I told him, no, it's okay.
Okay, now, let me go ahead and ask the next question. So, you found out that you weren't going to be the primary.
Correct.
So, did you remain in this little area? You were not close to the bodies then?
No.
You were just maybe on this,
Yes, correct.
behind, you see these 2 units there? Did it look like that day?
Yes,
Okay. And so were you closer to this back area of this little island where the units were? Or were you on this side of the area?
correct. I was on that side.
Okay, so on the little road that was furthest from the river, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so what did you do next?
So after my sergeant asked me if I wanted to go see the bodies, I had told him no. I just felt like it was gonna hit me hard because I had just had a child 4 months prior.
Okay.
So I told him, no, that's okay. We stayed there talking, and then across from me, about 15 feet, I could see a Border Patrol pickup truck and a Border Patrol standing next to it. As my sergeant and I continued talking,
Hold on, let me ask you, was this the only Border Patrol that was there, or were there other Border Patrol agents?
I don't recall, I just remember seeing the Border Patrol pickup truck and one Border Patrol standing next to it.
Okay.
As we're standing there, I see a Border Patrol approach my sergeant and I, and he starts talking about how he's the one who found her, talking about the female victim. And he says, yeah, I also found a shoe in the brush, but I didn't think anything of it, so I just threw it back in the brush. And he said, you know, we get a lot of people who are always walking out here, so I didn't think much of it.
Okay. And did your the Sergeant Guerrero, was the Sergeant Guerrero?
Correct, at the time, he was a sergeant.
And did Sergeant Guerrero think anything of his comment?
Yeah, so after the Border Patrol stated that, my sergeant then stated, yeah, well, agreeing to him, right? Like, you guys work out in the brush, you guys are bound to find, you know, just random things. So as they were talking, I kind of glanced over at the Border Patrol who was talking. I didn't know him at the time, obviously. When he was talking, I clearly remember him with a distinctive accent and tattoos on his arms. He was basically standing right next to me, so it was his left arm that had tattoos with red ink. That's what I remember.
Okay. And
I also looked at his name tag and it said R. Burgos.
let me show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 10. Oops. Is this the name tag that you're referring to?
Correct.
And so this was the Border Patrol agent that approached you?
Correct.
Was he saying these in response to a question, or he just was volunteering this information?
Yeah, he just voluntarily started stating everything he said.
And did you stay in that area?
No.
Okay, so I will ask if the witness can approach this area,
Do
the
the
map.
mic again?
I'm now going to show you the map, which is 97.1. So, how do I make it smaller? Lisa? Oh, no, it's not there. Okay, thank you. So can you find the location that you were, where we were talking about just a second ago, where you were, and I'll ask you to use my pen to show me where you were when you first got there, the little island that you were referring to.
Right here.
Okay. And then, which way did you go? Where was it that you were going from this area?
So when my sergeant told me that I wasn't going to be primary on the call, he told me to go find Officer Martinez and his rookie so that they could make it back to the actual crime scene since they were going to be primary. So I told him, okay, well then let me go see if any other officer needs help. You know, I didn't know how far the crime scene was, so I just started walking. I just started walking from the island here. I started walking northbound. So I was here, and then I came to like this dip area. And so I started walking there, and it led me to this big open, I guess it was like a soccer field. I walked all across the open field and made it to the dead end of Lorry Road and Allen.
Okay, so you walked through the soccer field?
Correct.
Okay. And then where exactly were you here on the...
Right here.
The Lorry entrance?
Yeah, it's kind of like a little cul-de-sac at the very end. So when I get there, I see Officer Martinez and his rookie, and CSI Villarreal and Frank Lopez.
Okay, so now I'm going to show you, I believe that's it, because I'm going to now show you some images from there. So I think you can take your seat. Thank you. Now, Ms. Camacho, when you said it was like a little cul-de-sac, let me just, because both of these, this is State's Exhibit 174. Do you remember seeing this red container in a Connex box?
No, I don't recall.
Okay, do you remember, okay, so is this the soccer field you were referring to?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to use this as a point of reference because it's in here as well. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and so you cross this soccer field, and this is the area that you went through. This is State's Exhibit 174. Is this the area that you went to?
Correct.
Okay. Were you securing, or did you go to this area? Do you recognize what's State's Exhibit 274?
The gate, I don't recall. It was probably open.
Okay, but were you, was this the area that you were in, or you were further into,
I was further down the cul-de-sac, literally where it's like going around.
right here?
No, at the dead end of Lorry Road and
Right here?
Allen. Correct.
So
Right where the blue line ends, that's where I was at.
Okay, okay, so then this is where you were.
Correct.
And when you arrived there, was anybody securing that scene?
Yes, so Officer Martinez was there with his rookie, and like I mentioned earlier, CSI Villarreal and CSI Frank Lopez were there. I believe they were starting to film because I heard them trying to look for stroller marks on the floor. That was the first time I ever learned that there was a stroller involved.
Okay.
So Officer Martinez and his rookie took off to where Sergeant Guerrero was, back at the crime scene, and then I stayed there while they started filming, and they made their way to the crime scene.
Okay. And so While you were there securing the Lowry scene, right, the Lowry entrance,
Correct.
okay, how were you securing it? Did you have a unit or you were standing there?
No, I was standing there by myself.
Okay, and at first it was Villarreal and you said
CSI Frank Lopez.
Mr. Lopez. They were there for a while and then they moved on because they were filming stuff.
Correct.
Okay. Did you come in contact with anybody?
Yes. While I was securing the scene, I did notice a Border Patrol agent in full uniform approaching me from the soccer field, the big open area.
Okay. And did you recognize this individual?
So as he started getting closer, I did recognize that he was the same Border Patrol agent who I had spoke with earlier that day. As he starts approaching me, he asked me if I know if the cameras have arrived there.
Okay.
And I told him, actually, yeah, but they're parked by Bristol, so you have nothing to worry about. And I proceeded by saying, man, that's crazy, like talking about everything that had happened that day. And he goes, I know, right? He's like, I'm the one who found her. You know, I was heading back to the office because they had called me to go back in. And he's like, me and my partner had came across the female first, so I go up to her and I kind of like, I shake her and he does this.
Okay.
And he's like, I kind of like turn her over to see if she's alive, and I notice that she's not, so that's when I called it in. And I was like, oh man, that's crazy.
Was this in response to you asking any questions or he was offering this information?
Yeah, he just started stating that information because all I had said was, man, that's crazy, talking about, you know, obviously I'm thinking about the conversation that we had earlier, but I'm not sure if he remembers that conversation, the second conversation.
Okay. And how did that conversation end?
So he then asked, is there like did y'all find the female's or the victim's vehicle? And I was like, yeah, actually we did. I go, it's parked at Father Magnable.
How did you know this?
Because I had heard information coming in through the radio.
Mm-hmm.
So that's how I knew the information then.
Now, he was not a Laredo Police Department officer.
No, he was a Border Patrol agent.
And why did you feel comfortable or
Because, I mean, he was
advising him about the vehicle being found?
Correct. I confided in him because he was a federal agent, you know. You're standing in front of this man who's in Border Patrol and you're thinking, hey, we're on the same side, you know, we're law enforcement officers.
Okay.
So I confided in him and I gave him that information.
Okay.
And while we were talking, I did notice that he was kind of like scanning the area, like kind of looking around. I don't know if he was looking for something or I don't know. I just did notice that.
Okay. And what did he do after you mentioned that they had found the vehicle, a vehicle?
Mm-hmm. Nothing. He just kind of stated how the whole thing was crazy, and then he just started walking off.
Okay. Which direction was he walking towards?
Northbound towards where the vehicle was found.
Okay. What, if anything, happened after that?
So once he walked off, I did hear somebody on the radio go tell another officer to make it to Channel 3. So, I mean, I was standing there by myself, and I was like, oh, but let me just turn to Channel 3 and see what's going on, right? So when I make it to Channel 3, that's when I hear an investigator say, like, hey, does anybody have visual of Anthony Burgos? He was supposed to be meeting his ex-girlfriend there, baby mama there. And so when I heard that, I was like, Anthony Burgos? And then I remember thinking, like, R. Burgos? I spoke to an R. Burgos. And then I just hear Rabbit come on the radio and was like, hey, that's the guy.
Hold on, who's Rabbit?
Investigator Raimundo Garcia.
Okay. And so what did Investigator Garcia say?
So he said, hey, that's the guy who found the girl who called it in. Mm-hmm. So at that time, my heart dropped and I was like, what the, right?
So
I was shocked.
Okay. Did that cause you to do anything?
Yeah, so after I heard that, I went on the radio and I was like, 10-4, like, he was just here. He's walking towards the park where the vehicle is parked.
And So after you made that radio transmission, did anybody get close to, did you have any contact with anybody else, or did you remain there at the Lowry entrance securing it?
Yeah, I remained there, and then I remember internal affairs from Border Patrol passing by and just basically telling me not to let anybody else in and out, and if they have a problem with it, to give her a call.
Okay, but this was, time-wise,
Already
how much
after.
time had passed before we had, you had another agent advise you to not allow anyone in?
A while, I believe it was over an hour, I want to say.
I pass the witness round.
Good afternoon, Ms. Camacho.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Camacho, you stated that you saw a woman walking and pushing a stroller at Father McNaboe Park at 9:56 a.m., correct?
Correct.
What area of the park did you see this woman in?
What was that?
In what area of the park did you see her?
Where I was parked, it was further south.
And can you tell us the approximate distance from the area where she was walking to the crime scene?
No.
Would you be able to point it out on this map?
Where I saw her?
Yeah.
Sure.
May she step down, Your Honor?
Sure, go ahead.
Do I take the mic?
If you think that you'll need it, just make sure you say it loudly. If you're gonna be there for an extended time, then I'll ask you to come back and get it.
Okay.
Oh, you got it.
Thank you. So I was parked way over here. I don't know if you can see it.
She'll figure it out, not checking.
I was parked here at the roundabout, and I saw her walking somewhere here. No, southbound after the park. So it was around right here on this side.
And can you point to the area of the crime scene from there?
The crime scene where she was found?
Yes.
I don't know the location since I didn't go see the bodies.
You never went to that location?
I was only at the roundabout, like the little island, and that was not where the bodies were.
Okay, from the little island where you were, what is the approximate distance to the area that she was walking on, if you can tell us?
I'm not sure what you're asking. Can you repeat that?
Yes, from where she was walking to
Okay.
the area that you visited, what is the approximate distance, if you can?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Do you recall how long it took you to walk from the closest point to the crime scene that you got back to the soccer fields where the vehicles were parked?
I never made it to where the vehicle was parked.
Oh, you never got there?
No, I stayed at the dead end of Lorry Road and Island Drive.
Okay. All right, that's all I have, Your Honor.
Any other questions?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. You can step down now, you can go about your business, you're released from the subpoena, thank you. Okay. Probably time for, we really could push another 30 minutes, but I don't know how the other witnesses are gonna go, and I hate to interrupt it. So let's go ahead and take a quick break, and then we'll take it from there.
Yes, ma'am.
to the next witness?
Yes. He's got, oh, Your Honor, if we could just make an announcement regarding Masters, Mr. Masters, and what we've discussed with the defense.
Okay, and who's the next witness after that announcement?
He is,
Ricardo Ramirez.
yes.
All right, thank you. All right, have a seat. What's the announcement regarding?
Masters, Andrew Masters is going to, we would like for him to testify tomorrow. Because the defense would like to have the hearing, I believe that Mr. Rafael has contacted their expert, and that the expert is available at 9 o'clock tomorrow. So if the court would like to.
So I have to, now I gotta accommodate your expert? Mr. Shahan?
Well, our expert
Mr.
is available both 9 a.m. and 11 a.m. tomorrow morning to testify.
Either one of the two times.
Either of those two times. He is in the Pacific time zone.
Is he going to hear from, is he gonna listen to the direct examination first? Or you're gonna voir dire him and then after him?
I think that would be the logical sequence, would be to voir dire Agent Masters first, and then take the testimony of our expert.
Yeah, that's the logical
Ah.
order.
Yes, Your Honor, and so the only reason we were saying this is so that so that the jury doesn't necessarily have to be here when we.
Yeah, that would be, 9 o'clock would be better. In fact, I think I need to do it a little bit earlier. Is he in the east, is he in the west or the
It's
east?
in the west, Your Honor, so 9 a.m. I'm
I-
sorry, I said 9 a.m.
It's 7 over there.
I meant to
I
say.
used to live
no,
over
no,
there.
I'm sorry, I'm getting confused about the time zones. I was speaking about his times, 9 and 11. Our time's 11.
Well, tell him that we're actually having the trial in Texas, so he's gotta go with our
I
time.
agree.
And all he's gotta do is just, I mean, he doesn't have to go anywhere. He just has to turn on his laptop. I mean, give me a break.
I can call him and ask him if he's available at 9 a.m.
I doubt that he's got another trial to go to at 7 a.m.
I'm sure that's the case. This was originally presented to us as the hearing, the state anticipated that the hearing was to be done right after lunch. So I first asked him about that, which was 1 p.m. our time.
Well,
And they suggested before lunch.
I'm pretty sure if you talk to him about that he can accommodate us with getting up a little bit earlier.
I will call him.
I think it would work out really, why don't you call him during this interim?
Okay.
I mean, not like this minute, but before we leave for today.
I will.
Thank you, sir. And that sounds like a plan. That way we can have the jury come in a little bit later on in the morning, like at 10 or 10:30.
Like rather than, breaking for lunch, and then who knows how long it goes, and maybe we waste time in the afternoon if we send the jury home, so.
Although having more time for lunch is kind of, but anyway, okay. Either way, we'll see how we can accommodate so many experts and masters and master plumbers and master electricians and all sorts of stuff here. All right.
And just to put on the record, Your Honor, the state has requested the CV and any report.
Yes, get that to them as soon as possible, please. Okay. Let's get the jury in. Your witness is ready, right? Looking at Rick. Rick is ready.
Yeah.
Congratulations, jury.
Okay, thank you. Please have a seat. And your next witness,
Yes, Your Honor, the state calls Ricardo Ramirez, Lieutenant Ricardo Ramirez.
Ricardo Ramirez, Laredo Police Department?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Lieutenant Ramirez, good afternoon. You've been sworn in, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, come on, have a seat over here, sir, please. Thank you. You may proceed.
I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm just looking for that map that I used. I have it here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Will you please state your full name for the record, Your Honor?
Ricardo Ramirez,
And what is it that you're, where are you employed?
with the Laredo Police Department,
How long have you been employed?
36 years.
And what is your current rank?
My rank with the Laredo Police Department, it's a lieutenant,
How long have you been lieutenant?
approximately 20 years.
Now, Lieutenant Ramirez, in April of 2018, what was your assignment?
I was a lieutenant for the Criminal Investigation Division, the homicide section.
And you were the lieutenant in charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall an investigation that was called out for Father McNichol on April 9th, 2018?
Yes, ma'am.
What was the original call that came in?
Okay, the Laredo Police Department Communication section received a call of a body by the rear banks and Bristol and the rear banks.
Okay. And did you make your way out there?
Being head of the CID, Criminal Investigation Division, I did place myself en route to the call and called the group of investigators and sergeants from the Criminal Investigation section to make it to the scene.
Okay. Do you recall approximately what time you made your way out there?
It was approximately 11:30 a.m.
And were you, as a lieutenant, are you in full uniform?
No, it's plainclothes. I'm a CID section, Criminal Investigation Division is the detective section. I was plainclothes in a suit.
And did you make it out there with anyone else, or were you by yourself?
I made out myself in an unmarked unit.
And I'm going to show you what has been marked as and introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 97-1. And I'm going to ask you if you can share with the jury where you parked, and if you can step down just so that you can give them an explanation.
You want him to step down?
Yes, Your Honor, if he can step down so that he can show the jury.
Lieutenant, take that body mic there with you. And just pin it to your tie at the top there. And then turn on after you put it on your pocket or your, I don't know, somewhere on your body there. You can keep it in your hand if you want, whatever you want. Make sure and turn it on. It's on.
Lieutenant, when you arrived, will you show the jury where you arrived, which path you took, and where you ended parking?
Okay, when I arrived, I went all the way from Bristol, which would be this section. I went down into the rear banks, and I parked alongside his area.
Okay, so this is, let me see if I can show you this.
That's where the units were.
Okay, so this is State's Exhibit 150. Is this what you recall seeing that day?
Yes, ma'am, I parked right behind the two marked Border Patrol units.
Okay, so off of State's 150, you actually made your way through this area behind those two Border Patrol units?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said through which street?
I went through Bristol, and there's a gate, so out of the gate, made it down to all the way to the river.
Do you know if you used this trail?
I believe so.
Okay. And then, once you were there, did you move your unit from that area throughout the day?
No, ma'am.
So thereafter, did you walk through this area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you, when you arrived, I'm going to call this just as a point of reference. Others, witnesses have called it like a little island. When you get to this little area, did you go on to, did you get to see anything?
Okay, when I got to that area, Sergeant Fernando Lozano, which is the sergeant from the Criminal Investigation Division, came up to me and briefed me as far as what was at the scene.
Okay. And this is part of his duties, is to report to what he found?
Yes, I'm higher ranking than him, so he reports to me.
Okay. And so, did you get to see the, when you said he staffed you or he advised you as to what was going on, did you actually see the bodies?
Yeah, we did a walkthrough without disturbing any evidence. We did a walkthrough on what actually we had in hand.
Okay. And now, did you get to see, what exactly did you see? Did you see any police presence?
Oh, there were several investigators there. There were the border patrols. When I arrived, there were some border patrols like where the units are at.
Let me show you again. This is actually a pretty clear one. This is State's Exhibit 513. And so this would be the little path that you said you took. And you parked back here?
I parked back here, and then there were several officers, border patrol agents right here. I just went by them, greeted them, and met with Sergeant Lozano.
When you got there, was there already crime scene tape?
Yes, the patrol division is the one that gets to the scene and actually just cordon off the area to preserve the evidence.
Okay. And in addition to seeing the Border Patrol and the Border Patrol units, you said you saw a body?
At the scene, there was a body of a female with upper torso trauma. There was blood all over her. And I was briefed also that there was an infant found in the brushy area. We walked to where the infant was laying face up, full of blood, and then they briefed me out on a stroller, baby stroller, that was discarded to the side in the brush.
Okay. And at that point, where did this investigation initially begin? From what if you remember, what the suspects or what they were looking for at the time that you arrived?
At the moment, from what we had, it was just a Border Patrol agent advising that he found the body of a female at the brushy area. That's all we had. And from there on, we then started doing the investigation, the preliminary investigation. We found the stroller. We had some officers checking the area with the stroller tracks, and the case let off.
Now, the fact that that the bodies were found near the river, did that influence anyhow the investigation?
Oh, well, not really, based on what we had and the way the baby was dressed and the stroller's condition. I mean, it didn't merit anything that's being from Mexico.
Okay. Now, I'm gonna ask you, so did that prompt you to do anything? Did you
Yes.
react in that in any
Yes,
way?
ma'am. At that moment, I requested for officers and investigators to search the general area, either for witnesses or a vehicle that might have been left or abandoned.
Okay, do you recall who you asked to do this to?
Yes, ma'am. I instructed Sergeant Vicharelli, who was in charge of the jacket section. He has his investigators. They went over, they were searching. And a few minutes later, they called me up and advised me that by Father Magnabo, there was a white Mercedes abandoned in the parking lot.
And do you recall how you received this information? Was it from Vicharelli?
Yes, Sergeant Vicharelli related to me via phone that he had found the vehicle, that it was parked, and he had what he mentioned, the cuartitos, which is the side markers and brake lamps, on, leading to believe that that vehicle was there for quite a while.
Objection as to hearsay.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Approach.
It is to show.
Sustained, by the way.
Yes, Your Honor. So you had information that the vehicle was found?
That a vehicle was found with, being a white Mercedes by the Father Magnabo, close to one of the Painesville fields with the lights on.
Okay. Now, at this time, when you received this information, did you receive it over the phone or over the radio?
It was over the phone.
Were you sharing this information with others there?
I was there with Sergeant Lozano. And right after that, when she provided the information, I decided to walk over to Father Magnabo.
Will you show us the pathway that you used to get to Father Magnabo?
Okay, from here.
You can use my pen.
Okay. From here, I walked the trail all the way up, all the way to the east, and then I went north on it, all the way to where the baseball field is at, which is a long, long ways.
Did you walk this by yourself?
As I was walking on the field, I met up with Officer Greg de la Cruz.
Okay.
Officer Greg de la Cruz.
Which field? I'm sorry.
Excuse me?
Which field? Because
On
let me just ask you real quickly. How many fields or baseball fields or sports fields are there in this area that we commonly refer to as Father McNabel?
Okay, Father McNabel, it's an approximation of 54 acres. It's an open field that has several baseball fields, basketball fields, football fields, kiddie parks. So I would say this was a soccer field. We were walking on the soccer field, that's where we met, and we kept on walking. Like I relayed to him that there was a vehicle part of the baseball field.
Okay.
So as we were walking towards the baseball field, I myself noticed that there was a border patrol agent in full uniform walking behind us, a few yards behind us.
Where did you notice him?
Where
were you?
Right before we get to this field right here. And he started walking. He walked with us all the way to the baseball.
Okay. And once you got to the baseball park, what happened once you got there, if anything?
When we got to the baseball park, he still was behind us, and we just went down a little creek, a dry creek that's here, and we were waved by Sergeant Vicharelli where the vehicle was at. As we approached the vehicle, the same border patrol agent was right next to us.
Okay. Now, I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit 511. Now, is this the baseball field that you were referring
Yes,
to
ma'am.
just a moment ago?
Yes, ma'am. We were walking from this side all the way towards this soccer field. There's a little embankment here that we had to cross, and we can move to where the car was at.
Okay. Now, when you arrived at this car, now let me just ask you, is this the position of the vehicles that were there when you arrived at this parking lot at this time?
When we were right there, yes.
Okay. These cars were there?
I don't recall if they were there, but there was a pickup truck, a black pickup truck, which is this one.
Okay, so this is, when we're referring to State's
Yes.
Exhibit 511, I'm now going to show you State's Exhibit 512. And this is the video or a photograph of what? What do you recognize?
Yeah, this is the vehicle, the Mercedes, and this is investigator Richard Reyes or Rick Reyes unmarked unit, and this is actually a marked unit with a dash cam filming.
So is this the way the vehicles were positioned when you first walked in or walked to the parking area where the white Mercedes was located?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I believe that's, now you may go ahead and take a seat, and I can ask you the rest of the
Thank
questions
you.
while you're
Sure.
here. Thank you.
Just leave it on just in case they ask you to go down again.
Now, when you said you walked, and I asked you about the length of the, this, what we call the Father McNabel Park or Father McNabel Complex, because there's various sports fields, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long did it take, if you know, for you to travel from the crime scene where the bodies were located to the vehicle, the parking lot where the vehicle was?
Approximately 10 to 13 minutes.
Okay. And do you know when you arrived at for States Exhibit 512, which is where the vehicle was located, who was there when you arrived at that area?
When I arrived next to the vehicle was Sergeant Victor Ricciarelli, which at that time, he also mentioned that they had ran the plates on the vehicle and they had a registered owner, which in this case, the registered owner was Angelica Hernandez with a local address of 11411 Sierra Gorda Drive. And he mentioned that they had sent some investigators.
Just go and answer the question, answer basis.
Oh.
Answer the question.
And so there's been previous testimony as to there's already been information as to this. What I'd like to ask you is what happened as you arrived to the parking lot, and you're next to this white Mercedes. Please explain who was present there. How many individuals, if you recall, were there?
It was a total of, actually it was 4 individuals. It would be Officer Greg de la Cruz, which was standing on the front tire driver's side door, driver's side, I'm sorry. I was standing next to both doors, and then the Border Patrol agent with a full uniform was standing on the back side of the back wheel.
So if
Backside of what, sir?
The back wheel, that's where the car is at.
So now I'm going to refer you to States Exhibit 512. When you're saying in the back part, this was facing this
That was
direction.
facing east side. The car was parked facing east. The Border Patrol was standing right to the back wheel.
By the back wheel.
Yeah, I was standing in between both doors.
Okay, so that part of the car is not in view, but that's where you were standing.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is whose vehicle is this?
That's Investigator Richard Reyes, unmarked unit.
And do you have a radio on that day?
Yes, ma'am.
And was it clear, and was the volume at a level that could be heard?
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned there was how many police officers there?
Right there, I mean, there was approximately like 3 marked units and Investigator Reyes.
And when there are, let's say, 3 officers there and they all have their radio on, what effect, if any, does it have on the radio transmissions?
Well, actually, it will be, the transmission will be heard, I mean, all throughout the area, and it will be open to whoever's next to you. You will be able to hear it.
Okay. And was there any other, was there any other officer there? Any other law enforcement there?
Like I said, there was a Border Patrol agent in full uniform, which at that moment I observed he had an embroidered name tag Burgos.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened at this time?
Okay, at that moment, like I said, since they had a registered owner, one of the officers on the radio advises to go to channel 3. What does it mean? So we won't say it in the general channel 1 channel.
Mr. Here, say again, Ron.
Excuse me, sir?
No, not for you, that's for me.
Okay, the minute that
Hold on. Let me deal with the objection. Here's the objection. This is the testimony from Sergeant Benavides with regard to his, I'm assuming, maybe not, approach? Okay, proceed, sorry.
Now, there was a radio transmission that announced something, announced the results of, I believe it was Detective Benavides that went out to the scene,
Yes, ma'am.
to the home.
He went to the registered owner's vehicle home, and he broadcasted over radio, like I said, in Channel 3, for us to go to Channel 3. That's when he broadcasted that he was talking to the owner of the vehicle by the name of Angelica Hernandez, and that she said that she had loaned the vehicle to her sister, Griselda Hernandez, where she was going to go meet her ex-boyfriend at the Father Magnabo Park. And she said that she was going to meet with a Border Patrol agent by the name of Antonio Burgos.
Now, at that point, you said you were standing by the vehicle,
Yes, ma'am.
correct? And how far was this Border Patrol from you again?
He was an arm's length
Okay.
away from him.
And did you have any communication with him at this point?
Like I said, when they gave the name Burgos, I already had seen his embroidered tag as R. Burgos, and I turn and look at him, and I quote what he says. He mentioned to me out loud, that one out there, referring to the deceased, is not my ex. I don't even know who the owner of the car is. I have a lot of exes. And
Now, please explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, at this point, was there several things going on at this point, or was it one conversation, one person talking, or were there several persons talking?
like I mentioned, it was just the three of us. It was Greg de la Cruz, Officer Greg de la Cruz, myself, Mr. Burgos, and Victor Ricciarelli on the opposite side of the vehicle.
He was
Sergeant
on
Ricciarelli, I'm sorry.
Sergeant Ricciarelli was on the opposite side
On the
of
opposite side,
Mercedes?
yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what, if anything, happened after that? Did you hear when Detective Raimundo Garcia responded to that radio transmission?
Not that I recall.
And so, what, if anything, happened after that? What did you observe?
Okay, right after that, Officer Gregorio de la Cruz walks past by me and starts asking questions to Mr. Burgos. And at that moment, Investigator Rick Reyes calls him out. He calls out Mr. Burgos to identify himself. And he took him out to where his truck was at.
Okay. And so when you said he asked him to identify himself, how did he ask him to identify himself?
He asked him, what's your name? And he said, Burgos, but I think it's Ronald.
Okay. And that was the extent of your participation in this?
Yes, ma'am.
You did not get involved with speaking with Mr. Burgos after that?
No, after that, like I said, he was escorted by the Officer de la Cruz to where Investigator Rick Reyes' unit was at, and I stayed behind with the vehicle.
Okay, and so they got closer to this black, on
Yes,
State's Exhibit 512, the black vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
I passed the witness, Your Honor.
Any questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. Officer, you are released, sir. You can step down from the witness stand, leave my mic there, and you can go about your business, sir. Thank you. Your next witness, please.
Lizette Castillo. Officer Lizette Castillo.
Officer Castillo, please.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, sir. Officer Castillo? Come on up. Careful with that cord. You've been already sworn in, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, please have a seat right over here. Get as comfortable as you can, pull up the chair close to the mic as you can, and we'll get started. Thank you.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
You may, Mr. Gatsa.
Can you please state your full name for the record?
Lizette Castillo.
My name is Carlos Garza, and I'll be doing the direct examination for the state. Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And where is that?
City of Laredo Police Department.
And how long have you been with the City of Laredo Police Department?
For over 17 years.
So were you employed with the police department on April 9th, 2018?
Yes.
And were you working on that day?
Yes, I was.
Do you recall an incident at Father McNabb Park occurring that day?
Yes.
And were you on the scene that day?
Yes.
How did you end up at the scene?
I was dispatched.
And once on the scene, what did you do?
I was securing the entrance to the park.
Okay, and who instructed you to do that?
I believe it was Lieutenant Ramirez or Officer Greg de la Cruz.
And after that, were you instructed to do anything else?
Yes.
And what was that?
I was asked to transport somebody.
And who was that?
That was Mr. Ronald Burgos.
And did you transport him in your unit?
Yes.
And what was the number of that unit?
1168.
Now, did you or a fellow officer eventually place the defendant in that unit?
Yes.
Now, is there a camera capable of recording audio and visual in that unit?
Yes.
And where is that camera located?
We have a dash cam and we have a rear cam.
Rear cam. And was any video recorded of the defendant while he was inside of your unit?
Yes.
And at what point did that camera start recording?
As soon as I was notified I was transporting somebody.
And does that camera automatically start recording, or do you have to manually record it?
Manual recording.
And is it standard procedure to begin recording whenever you're told to do so?
Yes.
Now, Officer Castillo, I'm handing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 80. What is this?
This is a USB of the unit recording.
And how do you know this?
Because I was able to view it.
So as you said, you have watched this video before?
Yes.
And was this recording prepared on a device capable of making an accurate recording of audio and visual information?
Yes.
Was the operator competent to operate this device?
Yes.
And is the recording an accurate copy of the conversation and statements that took place?
Yes.
And do the images of the event contained in the recording fairly and accurately reflect the event shown in the recording?
Yes.
Now, has the recording been altered in any manner?
No.
Can you recognize all the voices in the recording?
Yes.
Now, did this video capture some of the exchange you had with the defendant?
Yes.
And when was the recording made?
April 9th, 2018.
Your Honor, I'm now tendering to defense for inspection, State's Exhibit 80. And offered into evidence.
No objections, Your Honor.
Admitted.
No further questions.
I don't have any questions of this witness, Your Honor.
All right. You are now excused. Thank you very much. Careful on your way down. Your next witness.
State Hall's Officer Greg de la Cruz.
Officer de la Cruz. Did you get that number? Could you give me that number of that exhibit that came in?
80, Your Honor.
It's
One more time?
State's Exhibit 80, Your Honor.
80?
Yes.
80, thank you.
Yes.
Did you get that? Thank you.
And, Your Honor, the video within Exhibit 80 will be 80.1.
Is there only one file in there?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. 80.1, 80. And it's 80 with 80, and it's only one file in there, 80.1 is admitted without objection. Is that correct, Mr. Peña? Is that correct, Mr. Peña?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, Judge.
You've already been sworn in?
Yes, Judge.
Okay, have a seat right over here. And there's some water here just in case you need it. Thank you, sir. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Officer de la Cruz, will you please state your full name for the record?
My name is Gregorio de la Cruz.
And how long have you been employed with LPD?
11 years.
What are the tasks that you, how are you employed, or what are your assignments?
I'm a patrol officer. I'm assigned to the Patrol West.
And what were your assignments back in April of 2018?
I was assigned to Beat 20 with the Frank platoon. That's
Is that near Father McNamara, or?
that's a site, the next district over,
Okay.
towards the east.
Now, do you recall going out to an investigation on April 9th of 2018?
I do.
And do you recall what the service call was called in as?
Yes, I do.
What was that?
It was a call for assistance by Border Patrol that they found a dead body.
Okay. Do you know approximately what time you arrived?
I don't recall.
Which area where did you park your vehicle when you arrived there?
I parked at the intersection of Bristol and Allen.
And so you walked from Bristol and Allen over to the area where, did you meet other officers there?
So what happened is when I parked there, the ambulance personnel were leaving, and they just directed me to where the scene was.
Okay, now I'm going to direct your attention to State's Exhibit 97.1. And if you can just guide me and tell me, where is it that you said you parked?
Bristol and Allen
So here's Larry, Bristol.
on the northeast corner.
Here?
Yes, on the northeast, right there.
Right here?
Right at the corner, yes.
Okay, and so from Bristol and Allen, you left your unit there, and where did you go from here?
I walked to the scene. I walked down that trail.
And you knew how to get there? How is it that you knew?
The fire department, they told me, just go, walk down all the way till you get to the Y, and they're gonna be there on the left.
Okay, and so you walked over, and what was it that you saw when you arrived there?
I heard the commotion, like I heard people walk, like mingling or talking, and I saw the two Border Patrol vehicles, and I got closer to the scene.
Okay. And about approximately, what did you do when you first got there?
So when I get there, the Border Patrol agents are kind of, all the ones that are there, they're kind of roaming freely. So I kind of tell them, hey, we gotta condense this crime scene. So everybody get on the island, I would call it, that island that's right there in the middle, and get away from the dirt road, so to preserve the scene as much as we could.
Okay, now I'm gonna show you. State's Exhibit 513, and you arrived by these, you saw these two units?
Correct.
Okay, so this was the area that you were in?
That's the island, correct.
Okay. And did you begin, was it already secured when you got there?
They were working on securing it. The Border Patrol agents, I believe they had given them voluntary statements to start filling out. But they were doing that by the trucks. So I told them, hey, let's just stay off the dirt so we don't disturb any of the scene. And let's do it right here by the island that was there, the brushy area.
And so you mentioned how many units were there and how many Border Patrol. How about LPD presence? How much LPD presence was there at this time?
There was several. There was already detectives on scene too.
Okay. And what did you, after you secured the scene or after you asked the BP agents to, I guess, stay behind a certain area, what else did you do, if anything?
At that time, one of the Border Patrol agents, he was wearing a different uniform. He was wearing a life vest. So he was from the boat unit. He ended up telling me later. He's like, hey, there's some tracks that I want you to see. Can I show them to you? And so I told him, yeah, show me. Let's see what you're talking about.
Okay. And so that led you away from this area?
Correct.
And once you left this area, did you do anything, other tasks while you were at this little area where the original scene that you walked up on?
From seeing just seeing the scene and securing it, as directing the Border Patrol agents, not securing it, but directing the Border Patrol agents off of the scene. I was able to see the body. That's the only thing that I saw.
Okay. And then did you make your way over to any other area of the Father McNamara complex?
Yes, so we did. He went to go show me the tracks that he was talking about. So we made it to the first track, and we followed the track all the way to we couldn't see it anymore.
Okay, and where did this lead you to? Which area? I'm going to show you, I guess, let me show you the map again. That's State's Exhibit 97.1. And so you were initially in this area.
Correct.
And then you, and this, you said boat, like boat, Border Patrol agent?
He was I would call him on my report. I call him a boat guy. He was from the boat unit.
And which area did you go? Did you walk this way?
We actually walked west and north towards the soccer field, but through that dirt road that's there.
So you went.
Correct.
So you went up this
Correct.
way?
Correct.
This another little curve?
Yes.
Another little trail?
Yes, it was a dirt path.
Okay. And then eventually where did you end up?
We end up at the soccer fields on that clear area that's right. Yes.
Okay.
We ended up there.
Okay, so then once you're there, do you go back to the scene?
No, did not.
And once you were there, did you meet up with anybody else? Did you
Yes.
have any contact with anyone else?
Yes, when we were there, Lieutenant Ramirez, he showed up, and that's who I talked to him. I showed him the tracks, the trails where we last saw him. We saw him behind the goalpost.
Mm-hmm.
So I showed him those, and then he's like, "Let's make it to the park." He thinks that they said over the radio that they had already seen somebody or seen a car at the park.
Okay, and so you guys make your way over to where in this area is this? Which way did you go?
We continued north.
Okay.
Correct. And just north of that baseball field that you're at,
Yes.
there's a soccer field just north of it.
This
So we
one?
walked through there
Uh-huh.
down to the car. The car was right there, just west. There you go.
And so this is, now I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 172. Oh, no, this is 511. I think is a better view. This is the baseball field, and
That's correct. That's a soccer field.
this is the one that you said you walked through.
Exactly.
Okay. Now, is this the way the vehicles were situated when you walked up to this area, you along with Lieutenant Ramirez?
No, only the vehicle, only the white vehicle was there at the time.
Okay. And so did, who, I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 512. Whose vehicle is this?
That's Detective Reyes.
Was he there when you showed up?
He showed up just almost at the same time or a little bit after.
Okay, so explain to me, to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what happened when, so you show up here to this area, this parking lot area.
Yes.
You see the Mercedes.
Correct.
Who else was present?
Lieutenant Reyes was there.
Okay.
The Detective Reyes was there.
Mm-hmm.
Lieutenant Ramirez, I'm sorry. Detective Reyes, and there's some other police personnel. I don't recall everybody.
And at this time, there had already been some communications over the radio regarding the vehicle.
Correct.
Okay. And was there anything, any radio communications that prompted you to take action at that scene?
So what happened is that over the radio, the detectives that went to the registered owner's residence, they came over the radio and said that the person that was using that car at the time was supposed to meet a Border Patrol agent at the Father Magnoble Park.
Okay.
The transmission that came in was the boyfriend's name was Anthony Burgos.
Okay. And explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the exchanges that happened at that time.
So when Anthony Burgos, when the radio transmission came up for Anthony Burgos, there was only one Border Patrol agent that was at that location with us. I had just seen him. I had never seen this person before. I see him. He's right near the car, and so I wave him over. I say, "Hey, come here." As he's walking up to us, the name says Burgos. So we look at the name. I'm looking at the name as he's coming over, and I'm just like, "Hey, what? I think this is the person they just called over the radio." But they said Anthony, and I look at the first name, and it's an R, Burgos. So as I'm looking at him, he has supervisor rank. So I'm looking at him. Hey, is there another Burgos that's here? And he says there was one, but I think he transferred. And that's where we're at there at that point.
Okay. And what was going on while you were having this discussion?
So the detectives that were with the registered owner, they asked Reyes to get on the 21, which means the phone. So they're asking for a phone call so we can transmit exactly what's going on.
Okay. So at that point, when you were having this discussion or this quick exchange with Mr. Burgos, where was Detective Reyes?
He was
More or less.
He was a few feet in front of him. He was probably by the truck.
Okay.
Right by his truck.
And so, what was there an exchange between Detective Reyes and you, or Detective Reyes and Mr. Burgos?
So we all knew that his name was Burgos, but he had the R in front. So Detective Reyes tells him, "Hey, what's your name, man?" And he says, "Ronald Burgos." And we're looking for Anthony Burgos. And radio transmissions are coming through, and so it's kind of getting a little hectic. Burgos approaches closer to Reyes. I'm walking next to him. I'm the only uniformed officer. So I'm right next to him, and he says, "Hey, man, what's your name?" And then Burgos says, "Ronald Burgos Aviles." He only uses his last names. So then Rick's like, "What's your fucking name, dude? Why are you not telling me your name? What's your fucking name?" And he says, "My name's Ronald Burgos Aviles." And he says, You're not telling me your name. Do you have an ID or something?" And he's like, "No, I don't have an ID."
And where were you when this was happening? How far were you from Mr. Burgos?
I was within arm's reach. So as actually it's happening, Burgos, he reaches down towards his belt. He's actually wearing a gun, which is why we're in high alert. So he reaches down towards his gun, and I just grab his arm, and I tell him, "Hey, dude, just calm down." So as I push his arm, he's like, "Hey, I don't want any problems." And he looks at me. I'm the only one with the gun that he can see. So he says, "Hey, I don't want problems." He puts his hands up just like this, and then he puts his hands like this, like he's motioning, "I'm gonna take off my gun for you." Like he's giving us the presence that he's gonna take off his gun. He doesn't want to be a threat. So he reaches down, he unbuckles his belt, his duty belt, and I'm already grabbing it from the back just in case something happens. So as I'm grabbing it, he drops his belt, and it just falls to my hand, and I just grab it and I pull it off of him.
Okay. And so I guess the weight of the belt, that's why it fell into your hand.
It just fell into my hand. I was already grabbing it, but I just had control of it, so I just pulled it right off.
Okay. And what did you do with this belt?
So the belt, I actually secured it. I put it in the back of Detective Reyes' vehicle.
Okay. And did you at that point at any point, did you ask for a unit to be brought over?
Yes.
Okay.
As time went on, I asked for another unit to make it out.
Who was the driver of that unit?
Officer Lizette Castillo.
And when you had him there, the unit was not there when this initially happened?
Correct. It was not.
Did you or did Detective Reyes secure him or check to see if he had any weapons, or what did you do?
Yes. So once I took the belt off, I put it behind his unit, and then I patted him down as the unit approached us. So I patted him down. I located a phone on him and a driver's license in his shirt pocket.
Okay, so, and what did you do with those two items?
I turned over the driver's license to Detective Reyes, and the cell phone, I put it with his property that I had already taken, which was his Sam Brown. I put it in the back of his truck.
The back of Detective Reyes' truck?
Correct.
Okay. And did you accompany Officer Lizette Castillo to the station?
I did.
And at some point, was Mr. Burgos transported to Laredo Police Department?
Yes.
Okay. Now, while you were there, did Mr. Burgos ask, what kind of exchange did you have with him after you secured the driver's license and the phone?
So after that, we put him in the unit, uncuffed. I told him, hey, look, we're going to put you in the unit. We're going to take you to the station, and we'll talk there. As I put him in the unit, he asked me about his kids. He wanted to pick up his kids, or who could pick up his kids. So he was trying to figure out where he was going. And then we sat down in the car ready to leave, and he told us, hey, can I at least take off my shirt? I want to take off my shirt. It's an embarrassment, man. That's what he said. So I said, okay, yeah, I'll let you take off your shirt. So I got off the unit again. I opened the door for him. He stepped out. He took off his shirt, and he gave it to me.
Okay. And did you leave that shirt with you in the unit, or did you place that in Detective Reyes' vehicle?
No, I actually folded it and I put it in the unit with me.
What is it? What's the number? Yeah, and at this time, the state would like to publish State's Exhibit 80, which is the dash cam.
All right.
No, with this guy. What are you coming in here for? We're gonna take you in just right now, cause you met the name. Well, where you guys taking me? We're gonna go, we're gonna talk to your supervisor first and then we'll. What time did you come in today? 6 in the morning. 6 in the morning? Yeah. And what time you get off? 1400. We're just gonna talk to your supervisor and then we'll. Hey, let me talk to him over there, the investigator. Yeah. Bro, for the embarrassment that I'm going through right now, can you please tell me why am I here, bro?
Look,
I know that they...
Yeah, you know why, because I asked you these questions, and then,
Yeah, I
look,
understand.
this girl was supposed to come over here to meet her ex, who's the VP, your VP, last name Burgos, first name Anthony.
Okay.
I asked you your name, what did you say? Ronald, you didn't mention Anthony.
And they mentioned I'll be listening here.
Okay, I know, but come on, you're VP.
I understand,
You
but-
have common sense, you know.
I understand,
So,
but
I have to do it, we have to do it, we have to take you in. What kind of guys would we be? We didn't go in to talk to you.
No, I understand that, but I want...
Because we're gonna go talk to you right now, that's it.
You don't take me word.
To the police department. Yeah, we just can go down to the station and talk to you there,
Oh, yes.
okay?
Oh, yes.
Monday.
Let me call my soup. Let me call my soup, man, because it's gonna be fucking embarrassing, alright? It's gonna be embarrassing.
Well, give me his number.
956 764 3851.
764 what?
3851.
What's his name?
Luis Uribe. You can put him on speaker.
Luis what?
Uribe.
Were you riding by yourself or were you riding with somebody?
Wobble for myself.
In a truck or in the four?
In the truck.
Truck?
Yeah.
And is everything inside? No? I'm sorry, brother. 7643-851?
3851, yes.
What is it that he's doing in that scene?
He's wiping his arms. It looks like he's cleaning something off or.
What was it that he did right before he wiped his arms?
He licked his finger.
What was it that was just said? Did you hear that?
Los teléfonos.
Hey, brother, Burgos, what's your other last name? Your last name, your other one. Aviles. Yes. Yeah, we got him here in the unit already. He's got a, yes, did they mention the statute?
Is that you by the door?
I'm the one penning him down. That's Officer Lizette Castillo.
Yes. That's it? Right. The one from school. Okay. How old is the one that's here with us? He's back to here or something? Ronald. You got it first? Nice. Hey. Okay. Yeah, no. No, that's yep. You going somewhere?
Yes, we're going to the station.
I thought we were gonna go to the lady, so she can, ID me or whatever.
Now, had you heard Detective Reyes when he advised him that he was going to the station?
Yes.
Had you heard Detective Reyes say that he was gonna go see some lady?
No.
Sister or? That's what he said. Huh? Yeah, but that's what he was telling me right now. I don't know if that was the plan. You mind if I ask him a question? You guys really want to play cards again? Yeah, you see him more. I'm sorry, you guys really want to play cards again? Can you get him real quick? And you want to talk to him again? You want to talk to him? Because he told me we were going to go to the lady's house so she can ID me. We're not going to do that anymore? The one that she's saying my name and all kinds of stuff. The one that is accusing me. No, nobody's accusing you of nothing. Yeah, I mean, if they were accusing you of me, you call man. I mean, I think it's the same job. No. You know what happened, right? Yeah, you know what happened. They went to the station. Exactly. So he said that somebody said my name, right? Yeah. And somebody accused me. No. Not accused me. So that's why they put me. Nobody knows. Only officers know at this point. So I told my ass, I wanted to know if that's where we're going. Are we going to the straight side? So we're going to go to the station first. Yes. All right. Yeah, we're going to go to the station. All right. Well, just so you know, I'm going to take this off. What's that? My shirt. Yes. Or if you want, you can take it off for me. Put it in the front, it makes it feel better. Well, there's no way in hell. There's no way in hell, man. I'm gonna come up here and take an embarrassing picture or some dumb shit with my uniform. So, I'm fine with you? Yeah. All right.
Is that you?
That's me taking his shirt. Or he's giving it to me.
11:31?
It was 10, Judge.
10?
Yes. Now, Officer Electris, is this the shirt that you're referring to?
That's correct. That's the shirt he gave me.
And this is the name tag you're referring to?
That's correct.
Which pocket was it that his driver's license was in?
It was on his right pocket.
Okay. And this is the driver's license that he said he did not have?
Correct.
Absolutely. So I would think that we would go. No, we don't have to. But you're ready for that. See all that? When we get there, get it to the side. That in the back of his hand, the back of his arm. No, I'm straight, man. You got just up in my shoes, man.
Do you have the, can you pause it? Do you have, I mean, do you just want to show the ride, or is there going to be any more speaking in there or whatnot?
No, we do want the complete,
I'm sorry, what?
we are asking that the complete video be published.
But there's nothing being said?
But we want the behavior to be seen. There's actions in there. Got it. It's, how many
All right.
minutes?
All right,
There's 12 more minutes, Ron.
I know. Go ahead.
just told me straight up, man, instead of making me go through all this embarrassing, big ordeal.
Now, Officer De La Cruz, when you arrived to Laredo Police Department, and did anything happen when you were transporting it from the unit into LPD?
Yes, so we parked in the Sally Port. I got off, I was a riding passenger, so I got off the vehicle and I opened the door for him. I tell him to step out. He steps out and he immediately turns around and puts his hands behind his back. And I asked him, "What are you doing, man?" And he's like, "Well, I know the drill, I know the deal." And I was like, "You're not under arrest, or you're just being detained. You just gotta clear your name." That's exactly what I told him.
And so, from where did he go, from the Sally Port, where did he move from there?
I took him to upstairs to the Capers Division interview room, number 2, I believe.
After that, did you have any other communications with him?
I did speak with him. I asked him if he wanted a water. I brought him a water. And then he asked me if he could make arrangements for his children to get picked up.
But it was minimal, but that was the extent of your conversation?
That was it.
Now, before I pass the witness, I would like to ask or clarify something. Earlier, while you were at the scene, you mentioned that this boat guy directed you to some tracks. Were you talking about stroller tracks or footprints?
So there was a stroller. There was a stroller markings. They're all the way down the track, and then there was foot markings also.
Okay, and how many units or how many agents, federal agents or police officers were there at the scene at this time?
There was a lot.
So it's possible that these tracks may have been from any one of those officers?
Correct.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Officer De La Cruz.
Good afternoon, sir. How are you doing?
How are you doing? Officer De La Cruz, when you arrived at the crime scene, you were concerned about preserving the integrity of the crime scene, correct?
Correct.
And that was because there were approximately 30 police officers, about 4 Border Patrol agents, and several EMTs at the scene, correct?
There were several people. Correct.
And there was also a helicopter hovering overhead?
I don't recall a helicopter.
You don't recall that? But it's fair to say that the crime scene was fairly chaotic when you arrived?
There was a lot of people. Yes, correct.
Yeah. Now, when Mr. Mr. Burgos was questioned about his identity, he cooperated and answered by providing his full name, Ronald Anthony Burgos Aviles, correct?
No, he did not.
At no point did he give his correct name?
Yes, he did. Later on, he did.
Okay, well, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, towards the end of our interaction there at the place, he did.
Okay. And he attempted to rest his hands on his gun belt, correct?
Correct.
But you wiped his arm away from his gun belt?
I didn't wipe it. I just maintained his hand up away from his
Okay.
gun.
A little bit earlier, I thought I heard you say that you reached for his gun, but that never really happened, did it?
I said that he reached for his gun. Is that what your question?
Yeah.
No, I did not. I said he put his hand down towards his gun.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. You did not interpret that as a threatening gesture, correct?
No, I made sure it didn't get to that point.
Right. So he was generally cooperative when he realized that he was going to be detained, isn't that correct?
He cooperated to an extent.
And at one point, he requested to be allowed to remove his Border Patrol shirt because he was embarrassed for anyone to see a Border Patrol agent being detained in a police car, correct?
Yes, he was really concentrating on that. He wanted to make sure that nobody knew that he was a Border Patrol agent.
And you assisted him in removing his shirt, didn't you?
Well, he took it off. He handed it to me.
You were standing close to him?
I was right there.
You didn't see any blood on his arms or his hands or his shirt or anywhere on him?
The detective pointed it out.
Pointed what out?
That he had some markings. He said, I don't know if you saw it on the video. He says that he tells him, look at his elbow and his hands. Make sure the CSI, he tells me, make sure you tell the CSI that. He's informing me to make sure that let somebody else know that they could take pictures of that. That was in the video. You could see it.
So you're saying he had blood on his arm?
No, he had some scratch or some kind of marking.
My question, sir, was whether there was any blood on him that you saw. That was my question.
That's what the detective pointed out. That's what I'm saying.
He pointed out blood?
He said that he had markings.
Again, sir, my question is, did you see any blood on him?
Just what he pointed out. I didn't see blood. I saw markings.
A marking, okay. So to answer my question, you did not see any blood on Mr. Burgos' arms?
Just the markings that were pointed out by the detective.
Okay, thank you. And when Mr. Burgos is seen wiping his face in the car, that was because he was crying and wiping away the tears. Isn't that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled. Answer your question.
Can you ask that one more time?
Yes, you saw the video that was just played, right?
Correct.
And in parts of it, Mr. Burgos is seen wiping his face,
He was wiping his face.
probably because he was crying, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, it calls for speculation.
Overruled.
I never heard him crying. No, I did not.
Okay. Now, at the point where Mr. Burgos mumbled teléfonos, just a moment earlier, he had requested a telephone so that he could call his supervisor. Isn't that correct?
He asked the detective if he could call his supervisor.
And that was right, well, shortly before he is seen and heard whispering teléfono.
He says teléfonos, and it was after. Correct.
Okay. I'll pass the witness.
Anything else?
Yes, Your Honor. Were you present when Burgos asked that he be taken to the lady or the sister that was to identify him?
I was. He was asking me.
He was asking you?
Correct.
And was he asking you to take him to which detective?
No, he was asking to see if we could take him to. What I think is he heard that the detectives on scene were talking about the detectives were at the registered owner's residence, so he's hearing that conversation and he's asking, are we taking him over there?
Now, you are familiar with CSI, some processes that are done by CSI?
Correct.
Are you familiar if any swabbings are taken by CSI?
They do take them.
What about nail clippings?
They do take them.
Did you observe Mr. Burgos' behavior in the unit?
I did.
Did you see him doing anything to his nails?
He was biting on his nose.
And when you removed, or when you were behind him at the scene where the Mercedes was, and you said the weight of his utility belt, or what is it also called, the Sam Brown?
Sam Brown or duty belt?
Is that typical for it to fall down when they unsnap that?
No, it's not.
Why not?
See, it usually has a retention device, either a belt keeper or Velcro that it stays onto the inner belt.
Were there any bell keepers?
No, there's not.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Nothing further.
Officer, thank you, sir.
Thanks, Judge.
You are dismissed and you go about your business.
Thank you. Have a good one.
You too, sir. Approach, please. Counsel. So we're not gonna start with another witness today, right now, not today. So, and then tomorrow, we have to take on something, and we have to, I'd do it tonight if I could, but I can't because the person is not here yet. They're scheduled to be here tomorrow morning at 9. So as a result of that, I have to, y'all gonna have to come in a little bit later. So maybe at, maybe if y'all can get here at 10:15, no later than 10:30. I am going to push so that we can finish by that time. Okay? So that means that there probably will not be anything for you to eat here in the morning. In fact, there will not be anything for you to eat here in the morning. So, other than that, remember that I still have not given you the case. We're far from that. Remember my instructions in its entirety. If you need to refresh your memory, please review them. You have a copy of them. 10, no later than 10. We want to start at 10:30, so get here no later than 10:30. Hopefully 10:15, 10:20, whatever. No later than 10:30. Seated, ready to go. Okay. All right. You're excused for the evening. Have a good evening. Mm-hmm. Hmm? I'll ask. Thank you, yeah.
Are we staying later because we're coming in later?
No, we're depend, like we did yesterday, 6, 5:36, I'm not. I have kids too, so. Me pegan. Okay. All right, the jury's gone. Please have a seat. We're going to continue on the record. And, okay, so do you want me to give you the update on juror number 1 on the record? I think we probably should. All right. So, juror number 1's situation continues exactly the same as reported to you, I guess on Monday. So the report from juror number 1 is that he believed that he would find himself what's the word? That his situation at home as a result of that surgery that's scheduled for his family member would inhibit him from doing his duty as instructed by this court, and as a result of that, because the surgery is not it's a serious surgery. So as a result of that, he believes that if the surgery does take place on Friday, that he would not be able to perform his duties as instructed, and as a result of that would ask to be discharged because he would be unable to act and to perform his duties as he swore to. So that's where he was at on Monday. I am going to follow up tomorrow with that same, and I believe that it is still the same situation. Now, if that is the case, I will get together with you all. I would get him to, in fact, tell us that. Tell me that on the record. And I won't do it on the record here. I will do it on the record, but I won't do it on the record here. And then if that's the case, if I genuinely believe that he would be unable or inhibited from, and as a result of this situation, I believe that his mental state would prevent him from, in fact, continuing. So if that's the case, and if he's able to articulate that to me, and he is under oath, there is no reason why I should not believe him to be in that similar situation. I believe if I would be in that similar situation, I'd be in that same category as him. So, in any event, that's where it's at with number one. And of course, if he is dismissed under that provision of the rules, then he would be replaced with alternate juror number one. All right. Okay. That was that, and then we were going to talk about, another motion on your end. Were we going to talk about anything else on your end?
Well, Your Honor, just one thing, logistics for tomorrow. Based on the fact that defense is bringing their expert, it seems to me that this is, and based off of their motion, it's actually going to be a Kelly Dahlberg Rule 702 hearing. And I did misspeak earlier, so because of that, the burden's on the state, so we would present our witness first.
Yes. Because it's not just a voir dire examination, it's more of a Daubert motion. So you'd present, make sure, obviously, he, the three major categories, relevance, reliability, and qualifications, and then, depending on that, he'd be subject to cross-examination, and then they'd be able to bring in a witness to try and convince me otherwise, so, all right. And we only have because it is during the trial, I'm going to stick to the heart of the matter on these things, so I expect you all to do the same. Yes, anything else?
I believe you had asked for if the court could create a Zoom link for their expert.
I'd have one already.
Okay, we'll just.
So I'll give you the information for it. The other thing I was going to ask you is, do we need an interpreter tomorrow for any of the witnesses that are on deck? All right. Okay. So we're good with that, Alma. Okay. Alma will give you the Zoom ID. It does not have a password. And all we need is for them to connect to we normally have been over the course of the last 3.5 years. So, and we're sort of used to doing that, right? So it doesn't, we do that without a problem, without a hitch. Okay. If that's nothing further, then I think we'll call it a night. Have a good evening, everybody.